Hello, everybody, and I'd like to welcome you all to today's executive meeting. Just to record, welcome to everybody here and also those taking part. There are no apologies to record. All the councillors that are expected to be here are here. But before I begin and move through the agenda items, I'd just like to note a few changes in the logistics of tonight's meeting to hopefully make sure it helps everybody understand what we're doing when. Thank you very much. And as just said, we've got a slight lag on the recording. Firstly, in order to recognise the high degree of public interest in today's meeting, I've agreed to waive the usual public speaker limit of 10 and welcome all those who have registered before the deadline to make their representations. Public participants are still reminded to make their representations within the allocated 3 minutes. Secondly, as councillors will be aware, multiple scrutiny committees have also provided valuable input on the decisions in front of us tonight, and their recommendations are noted in the agenda supplement. And again, using the Chair's discretion, I invited the Chair and Vice Chair of Customer and Corporate Services Scrutiny Management Committee to speak on scrutiny's work after public participation. And finally, we'll be approaching agenda items 5 to 8 in block tonight, as these all relate to the wider debate on foot streets and access. In order that executive members are fully informed and have considered all information and officer representations, we will first discuss the contents of each report before taking decisions on all recommendations presented. After decisions on the recommendations in items 5 to 8 are taken, I will then adjourn the meeting for a short 10-minute break before we then continue with the remaining agenda items this evening. So with that, the first agenda item for us tonight is declarations of interest. If I could ask if any colleagues have any additional interests that they would like to declare. Councillor Kilbane.
No, thank you, Chair. I guess it's not really prejudicial because I'm not in a position to make any judgments tonight, not having a vote, but just for openness and transparency. Agenda item 9, I am a shareholder in a business, the owners of which, the landlords of which are the owners of Cycle Heaven, which is affected by agenda item 9. And agenda item 5, my city centre, in a life not so long ago, I was a cycle cargo courier, which is affected by some of the recommendations in there, though I am no longer.
Thank you very much for that. And I couldn't see any other indications on that agenda item. That then takes us to the second agenda item today, which is the minutes. And this is where I asked colleagues to agree the minutes of the last meetings that were held on the 30th of September and the 14th of October. Again, I'll give a couple of seconds in case there are any points to raise. If not, if colleagues could please indicate that they are happy to accept those minutes. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those minutes. That then moves us on to public participation. And I would also like to note at this stage that we have received several written representations ahead of tonight's meeting, and every written representation has been shared with executive members, and each executive member has a written copy of those representations in front of them at the table. We have 23 registered public participants. 1 or 2 over the course of time have dropped out, but I will go through them in the order that they were registered. And as I said at the start, I'd like to thank all of the public participants for taking part, and I know all of my colleagues will listen carefully. And just that reminder to please keep to the 3 minutes, and I'll give everybody a 30-second warning at the appropriate time. Our first public speaker today is Gwen Swinburne, and that is on matters within the executive's remit, governance arrangements. And Gwen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. May I first say how fundamentally undemocratic it is to have such a packed agenda. An additional meeting should really have been arranged. Producing considered tight reports with links to the evidence base is a key tenet of good governance. Clearly, these 1,500 pages expose an urgent need for mandatory report writing skills training, starting with Corporate Director Ferris and all his direct reports. Regarding item 7, foot streets, the fact that the monitoring officer has latterly published the legal opinion sets a perfect precedent and a welcome U-turn from her usual intransigence. The officer response to the scrutiny is also a welcome addition. You have to make decisions that address the safety of every group in the city, and it is clear to me your officers, under so much pressure, have that line of sight, rightly in their recommendations to you. The perceived consultation shortcomings, however, are now a regular council failing. This is so easily avoided by having a required consultation plan and process agreed ahead of time at committee. The constitution fix was requested by Audit and Governance Committee in 2017 to build confidence and trust. Had officers acted then, we would not be here now. But as is so often the case, the officers ignored the members' wishes. Chair, 99.9% of York citizens will have no clue you are rewriting the 800-page constitution, the rule book for everything you and the staff do. Sadly, all parties appear to be complicit in excluding a formal consultation on the draft constitution. Because citizens are excluded, it has meant that there has been zero discussion on the parishes and the unacceptable democratic deficit suffered by the inner wards by not having their own parish or town councils. We have little institutional capacity, less representation, no match funding for all the competition pots. We lose out to the wealthy outer wards unfairly. This constitution reform could have allowed for that discussion. We citizens need a full consultation on any rules you all decide behind closed doors.
30 seconds.
I have it, thank you, Chair. You consult on so much, but not when you and the staff write your own rules. Few will know how important this is, but you all do. Consult us formally and stand by the part of your manifesto that pledged transparency. Please, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. Will get taken into account later when we consider the agenda items. Our second registered public speaker today is Helen Jones, who is registered to talk on foot streets and the changes affecting blue badge holders. And as with our first speaker, once you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, let me start by being brutally honest. I don't want to be here tonight. I don't want to have to fight for access rights, but I'm here in person despite it being in pain to ask our elected members to help us. The changes to the foot streets are having a significant negative impact on York residents, and I am here to do everything I can for the members of York Disability Rights Forum, to speak for those of us who have been most severely impacted by the foot street changes, to speak for those of us who have been excluded from our city centre. The temporary ban on blue badge holders is openly noted as discrimination. If you vote to make the changes permanent, our human rights will be violated. It is also clear from council findings that the mitigations proposed will not reduce the impact on the disabled people affected, and therefore cannot be considered reasonable adjustments. I am here to ask you if you, on a human-to-human level, are comfortable with excluding me from my city and many other people. It doesn't need to be this way. There are solutions that can be put into place that would provide access whilst reducing traffic and meeting anti-terror barriers. And the Martin Higger report does set out some very sensible ways to go about that. We are increasingly tired and frustrated of being seen as the problem, but in spite of this, if you made the changes permanent, we will continue to fight this, because this is about our lives, our health, our well-being, and our right to be included.
Thank you very much for your comments and for coming today. And we'll take into account your comments when we consider the agenda items later today. No, please do. Thank you. Our next public speaker is joining us, I understand, via Zoom, and that's Steve Secker, who is speaking on behalf of the York Property Forum. Steve, hopefully you can hear me, and your 3 minutes will start when you start talking to us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the Property Forum, which is part of the Chamber of Commerce and as a member of the My City Centre steering group. So it's in connection with item 5, and welcome the opportunity to have been part of that process. The council team have been receptive to the input of the steering group, and genuinely it's felt that with the public input we've co-created something bold. The vision is important as it sets the context for many other decisions that will be taken over the course of time. For example, things like opening up the waterfronts. It isn't necessarily possible to do all of them today, but with the vision in place, it sets the scene for what follows. But things happen, the world changes, so it's important that that vision is kept alive and that the principles within it are capable of changing and adapting. So I welcome that within it the recognition that things like buildings can't be left alone. If they're not got a viable use, they will lead to neglect and them becoming an eyesore. York is fortunate with its historical legacy. It's a great place people want to be, but if we don't keep evolving, this isn't guaranteed. We've also got things like climate change that will bring change that needs to be addressed. So whilst rightly much of the strategy and the vision is focused on the individuals, residents and tourists and other users of the city centre, it's good to see a balance with the business use also recognised as we employ people, pay the wages that brings prosperity and pay taxes to help fund the council and projects. So I support the vision and strongly support the sections 7 and 8 dealing with planning and the heritage of the city, appreciating that it also needs to be seen in the context of the long overdue local plan process. Elements will take time and funding to bring into place, but it is important that the vision feeds into the whole work of all aspects of the council, as it is what we experience on a day-to-day basis through the services of the council and planning, and the council as a landlord, for example, that people will see the vision come into action. We do need to see a robust action plan so that the vision is not left on the shelf, as sometimes happened. But I endorse the vision and hope you'll take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your comments, which we'll take into account when we consider that agenda item later in the meeting. Our next public participant was Max Reeves on behalf of the Helmsley Group in support of the city centre vision, but unfortunately he's not been able to attend. So that will take us straight on to our next public speaker, Councillor Douglas, who's registered to speak on agenda item 5, the My City Centre strategic vision. And again, you have 3 minutes when you're ready to start, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on agenda item 5, My City Centre. It's good to see that a comprehensive consultation has been carried out on such an important issue, important for the here and now and the long-term future of York City Centre and how our residents, traders, visitors and other groups use it. To make this initiative a success, effective communication and teamwork is vital. The other organisations that participate in the functioning of the city centre are key partners in the team who will implement the plan. Make It York and York Bid are likely the most important of these. It's a relief to see that finally Make It York has a replacement managing director, Sarah Loftus. I welcome her to her new role and look forward to seeing Sarah put her vision for York City Centre into action over the coming months. I quote, "We want local people to enjoy the York experiences." And she said it's essential Make It York listens to residents, businesses and members about what they want Make It York to do. I'd like to raise a few words of caution to both the executive and Make It York at this point. I'm not convinced, and neither, seemingly, are residents, businesses and other groups, that either of you are listening. Consultation is one thing, but taking on board comments received and feedback given, often over many years, and acting on them is another thing. In the last 10 days, barriers were placed in locations around the city that hadn't been communicated to city centre traders, in locations where it was clear to anyone watching they were going to have a high impact on the ability of the traders to go about their business of stimulating the economy of York. Communication was totally lacking. A partnership approach to find a solution that worked for everybody was totally lacking. Unfortunately, this was reminiscent to me of the way things have been done at Make It York over the past number of years. For example, the debacle around access or lack of to the shambles market for the traders in late 2019. The history must be remembered and mistakes not repeated. Residents are also raising concern after concern about not being listened to. They're consulted, they often feel, with leading questions where the answer is decided upon before the consultation takes place. Items 6 and 7 on this agenda, and many of the downright angry public participation speakers here today are prime examples of this. If the My City Centre vision has any chance of delivering on its promises to the people of York, I suggest everyone involved, and particularly the executive and Make It York, start listening to the people of our city rather than spending public money on appearing to go through the motions and then ignoring them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, which we'll take into account when we consider that agenda item. Our next public speaker is joining us via Zoom, Jamie Wood, and that is regarding the removal of blue badge holders only from the exemption list. And hopefully you can hear me, and your 3 minutes start when you do, Jamie.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak at this packed meeting, Chair. I want to ask exec members a simple question if you're considering voting for the Officer City Centre access recommendations in item 7. Why? For what reasons? Firstly, why are only blue badge holders being banned from the Foot Streets area? Is it because of pavement cafes? If so, then why do blue badge holders prevent the operation of pavement cafes? The Martin Higgett Associates report explicitly details the impact blue badge holders have on pavement cafes, none of which is regarded as significant. Is it because of the number of vehicles? The data shown does not tell us what proportion of vehicles in the Foot Streets are blue badge holders. Since the Foot Streets have been monitored, vehicle numbers have dropped, but this does not mean that the drop is due to banning blue badge holders. The MHA report notes there was a reasonably widespread abuse of the pre-existing access arrangements. Is it because of terrorism? If so, then why do blue badge holders pose a disproportionate risk of being the vehicle by which a hostile vehicle action can take place? The exemption list includes emergency vehicles, Royal Mail deliveries, DPD parcel force deliveries, CYC refuse vehicles, dial and ride services, Boots medical deliveries, bullion vehicles, fishmonger, emergency repairs, temporary permits for work purposes, and 2 hotels, any of which could be used to initiate a hostile vehicle action unless there is manual checking of vehicles. Camera recognition cannot cover all vehicles on this list. If terrorism is the only overriding risk, then a blue lights only solution is the only way to truly protect the city centre. Short-term access for blue badge holders can then be reinstated. Implementation can be for the year needed to implement a full blue light solution, giving time to reflect and to implement all possible mitigation measures, as was suggested by the Chair of Scrutiny last week. Secondly, why is disabled cycling not permitted? Mitigation to allow access is essential if the terrorism threat is deemed so severe as to ban vehicles. Therefore, it's particularly extraordinary that officers also recommend banning disabled cycling. Cycles offer a potential access lifeline for both people and deliveries. Government guidance gives clear advice saying there should always be a preference for allowing cyclists to access vehicle restricted areas unless there is good evidence that this would cause significant safety problems. And yet no evidence for safety problems is presented. Why have officers created a document that is so explicitly in contradiction of published government guidance? In short, these officer recommendations present seriously flawed reasoning for their suggestions. If you believe the terrorist threat is severe, then a complete ban on all vehicles is the only way to protect people, not this discriminatory fudge. I was dismayed at the need to monitor local news as well as read 1,000+ pages for this meeting. Last night on the news, I was shocked to hear that apparently all vehicles would be banned as a result of decisions at this meeting, in complete contradiction of the published recommendations. I ask also that members question officers as to how such misleading information has appeared in the public domain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your comments that we'll take into account when we consider that agenda item. Our next public speaker is also joining us via Zoom, Councillor Vassie, and he's registered to speak on agenda items 5 and 6. Councillor Vassie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I support the idea that we must keep our city closed to private cars to protect against terrorist threat, to control pollution, to protect our local economy and to combat climate change. We must also ensure that all our residents can access the city. Some of us propose going forwards by going backwards. I'm not among them. We have a pressing need to deliver a safe and sustainable zero carbon future. That said, 82% of residents to this summer's consultation want better public transport in the city. It's disappointing that the My City Centre vision has nothing to say on this. The City Centre Active Travel Report from Martin Higgett Associates does contain strategy and vision. I don't agree with all of it, but let's make best use of its constructive suggestions and to those from the Civic Trust. If we are to close the city permanently to all cars, then we need other ways of ensuring everyone continues to have proper access to the city centre. That's why we need a practical trial of an electric shuttle bus service as part of the proposed feasibility study. Let the city experience, by riding on an actual vehicle, what already exists in other cities, such as our twin city of Dijon. A zero carbon shuttle bus with easy wheelchair access that stops at all the key places across the city centre. Pharmacies, the city screen, Betty's, the Minster, banks and shops, the market, etc. A viable and attractive alternative to private cars that the whole city will benefit from. Let's also agree to an overarching strategy for the new local transport plan before daffodils bloom next spring. We need a clear, confident, forward-looking vision to shape public transport, active travel, parking, cycling, freight, and also ensure that all have access to the city. The current plan, now a decade old, is clearly past its sell-by date. The world has moved on, and so must we. Those blocking progress on the new LTP must shape up or ship out, in frankness. If you do vote to approve the provisions in front of you for the city centre, then please deliver the straightforward measures straight away, the dropped curbs, the benches and so on. Let's inspire confidence that we're getting on with creating our new accessible city centre. Let's demonstrate this city has vision, courage and ambition, that we don't just hide beneath our flat caps and hope challenges go away. Let's make York a better place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll take them into account when we consider agenda items 5 and 6. Our next public participant is also joining us via Zoom, Kate Revilius, and that is on agenda item 6, strategic review of city centre access and parking. And Kate, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm going to start by asking you to picture a disabled person visiting the city centre. I wonder if anyone imagined a disabled child excited about going to the panto with their family, or a disabled adult going to their office in the city centre or meeting a client, or a disabled parent accompanying their child to buy a birthday present. Disability affects people from all walks of life, but being disabled needn't prevent people from leading a full life. Today, you're being asked to approve a permanent extension to the Foot Streets area in York. You've been given legal advice that indicates the council has followed the correct procedures to comply with its public sector equality duty. But I think York can be better than that. I'm appealing to you to do more than just meet PSED and instead seek an outcome that ensures York is welcoming and accessible to everyone. Obviously, the threat of terrorism must be taken seriously and public safety must come first. But I ask you why blue badge holders are being singled out as a terrorist threat, while so many other vehicles are allowed to continue accessing Foot Streets during Foot Street operating hours. You'll have read the excellent and well-researched Martin Higgett report, which informs us that in 2019 around 60 blue badge holders used a vehicle to access the city centre each day. Is adding blue badge holders to the Foot Street exemption list really too much to ask? Whilst I very much support the Foot Streets concept and appreciate fewer vehicles on the streets, I agree wholeheartedly with the Martin Higgett report that some blue badge access to Foot Streets needs to be reinstated and other mitigation measures urgently explored. Castlegate alone is not enough. There are still large areas of the city centre that remain out of reach for many. Looking in from the outside, this decision appears to have more to do with asset management than protecting people from terrorism or creating people-friendly streetscapes. The priority appears to be to monetise the Foot Streets, making more space for pavement cafes and markets. And that same approach appears to have taken in the strategic review of council car parks, which produces a hard-nosed hierarchy of council car parks as economic assets, but fails to take into account their value as transport assets. I haven't time to draw your attention to the flawed reasoning and multiple mistakes in Annex 2 now, but given that it wasn't available in time for the pre-scrutiny meeting last week, I ask that the Executive defers approving the strategic review of council car parks today. Through the COVID pandemic, City of York Council has asked residents and visitors to care for each other and let's be York. Now, speaking from the perspective of one of those 1 in 4 families that have a relative with a disability, I ask you, the Executive, to demonstrate your Let's Be York values, to show compassion and to put people before profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll take them into account when we get to agenda item 6. Our next public speaker is here in person, Rob Ainsley from the York Cycle Campaign, and that's on agenda item 6, City Centre Cycle Access. And again, when you start, you have 3 minutes. Yes, please, if you could. That's it, MIC. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving York Cycle Campaign the opportunity to speak. We'll start by expressing our solidarity to blue badge holders. We're in favour of fewer vehicles on the Foot Streets, and the city centre, however, needs to remain accessible to everybody. Currently, many disabled people find themselves dependent on a car, and it's not reasonable to withdraw access before putting suitable mitigations in place. One such mitigation would be to allow blue badge cycling, and we urge the Executive to explore this option. It's not a solution for all disabled people, and other mitigations must be explored, but it could provide real freedom and independence to some, and it's cheap and it's simple. Now, to cycling in general, you've no doubt read the Martin Higgett report. It was very thorough. It noted that the lack of a cycle route through the Foot Streets presents a major obstacle for many potential cyclists, such as those using cycles as a mobility aid, cycle couriers, people carrying small children, people shopping on their bikes, and some women who feel safer on their bike rather than walking or catching public transport. The report concludes that the consequence is it discourages people from cycling, which is against local transport policy objectives, and forces cyclists onto more heavily trafficked routes where there's greater exposure to danger and injury. So we're very disappointed that officers have dismissed recommendations to trial a key two-way cycle link north-south through the Foot Streets from Blake Street to Parliament Street. Now, they say this would be an unacceptable level of conflict risk between cyclists and pedestrians. There's no evidence to back this up. And in fact, the collision data cited in the report says the opposite. It cites an excellent safety record on Deangate, which is a shared walk and cycle space. In the summary, officers even go so far as asking the exec to confirm the existing position is that cycling is not permitted in the foot streets during foot street hours. That's not correct. Cycling is permitted along High Petergate and Deangate during foot street hours, and we'd appreciate that being corrected. At the moment, York's not even in the top 10 places to cycle in Britain. We've been overtaken by many cities which are installing good new cycling infrastructure. Leeds, Birmingham, Manchester, Bristol, Newcastle. York could and should be up there in the top 2. It should be up there with Cambridge. There's no reason why we can't be as good as Cambridge and have 50% of people cycling once a week. Chester is cited in the Market Higgett report. I've been to Chester, I've been to Norwich. They don't have conflict between cyclists and pedestrians, even though their equivalent of the foot streets and their historic centre is open to cyclists. Pedestrians and cyclists mingle, they don't have problems, and they have many benefits in terms of lack of congestion, better air quality, thriving local economy, and so on. We ask that exec members keep open the possibility of city centre cycling, keep exploring options, and we suggest that you trial the north-south route and bring York into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take your comments into account when we consider agenda item 6. Our next public speaker, and apologies if I pronounce your surname incorrectly, is Christian Santa Barbara. And that's on agenda item 6 regarding city centre cycling. And again, you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Good evening, Chair. It's Santa Barbara. Thank you. And thank you for letting me speak here tonight. So I represent York IWGB and the pedal cycle couriers. And so York IWGB has come to accept that this decision session's focus and that of the consultation before it has rightly come to primarily concern the contention of blue badges in our city centre. We extend our solidarity to the blue badge holders and welcome contact regarding any way we can support their cause. Nevertheless, cycle access arrangements are still a critical issue to the pedal cycle couriers I represent and many, many more stakeholder groups, including those who use cycles as a mobility aid. That said, we highlight the words of the highways officers from the Customer and Corporate Services Scrutiny Management Committee on the 8th of November 2021, timestamp 3 hours, 13 minutes and 22 seconds. We are pleased that they accept the findings and recommendations of the Martin Higgett's Associates report, and we are happy that they identified the lack of funding for infrastructure modification as the paramount reason they have not recommended its implementation to yourselves tonight, it's being the route. We gratefully support the Scrutiny Committee's recommendation to the executives to envision a way to take the MHA recommendations forward. We further echo Councillor Lomas's previous sentiment in that cycling needs to be addressed in a structured and correct way, which, as Councillor Vassie notes last meeting, the Martin Higgett's Associates have. Therefore, we urge the executives to make the decision that a council entity undertakes a thorough, transparent investigation and examination into the solution proposed in the Martin Higgett's Associate report. Such examination should cohere with the SMART objectives of producing costings, methodologies, and a comprehensive plan that can then be used by this council to seek the funding for the recommended cycle pathway to be implemented. It was said in the video that we had 2 minutes instead of 3, so I've ditched half my script, but I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, which we'll take into account when we consider that agenda item later in the meeting. Our next public speaker is joining us via Zoom, Andrew Lowson, speaking on behalf of York Bid on agenda items 6 and 7. Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of agenda items I'd like to comment on, and we'll do so under the banner of the My City Centre project. I would like to endorse this project, and I believe the 8 vision headings are crucial to the development of the city centre in the coming years. The consultation was done with local residents and local businesses. Whilst we know that York embraces and benefits from tourism, our future city centre needs to become a community hub with facilities that local people want to use. The bid, along with the support of CYC, has proven this concept over the past 18 months, creating pocket parks and outdoor seating areas that demonstrate that if you create pleasant spaces, people will come. Part of the success of the outside spaces has been the extension of the foot streets. This has allowed hospitality businesses in particular to make use of the highways, with an additional 100 cafe licenses granted. This has naturally supported businesses through difficult trading times, but it has also brought a vibrancy to the streets. That is why the bid board have asked me to state that it is they are in favour of the permanent foot streets extensions. I understand Castlegate and Fossgate are recommended to be excluded. That is a disappointing outcome, as both streets have embraced the cafe culture, so we hope future solutions can be found. We do understand that extended foot streets do present issues to how things have been done in the past. It shortens the window for business deliveries, it can affect city residents themselves, and it displaces spaces where blue badge holders have historically parked. None of these challenges are easy for any city, never mind one which is built on a medieval footprint. But it's the role of councillors and the council officers to come up with solutions that are right for the future, not to hark back to how things have been done in the past. The business community hears the council talk of green commitments, better air quality, safer streets. These ambitions will only happen through challenging but strategic decisions. I want to be clear that the York bid and the business community need a city centre that is accessible for all. Research shows that the UK High Street benefits from £267 million worth of spend per month from disabled households. And by way of an example, banks have told us the city branches are now key access points for vulnerable customers who do not feel confident or are excluded from digital channels. This links back to my previous point that our city needs to have the infrastructure and support systems that provide a community feel, a clean and safe environment where everyone feels welcome. And on the subject of safety, the negative press this week involving York and the temporary counter-terrorism measures highlights the desperate need to get permanent measures in place. I've been in conversations going back years on this subject. It's embarrassing for the city that we make national BBC coverage in the lead up to what is a crucial trading period. If York's busy streets are a target, the measures need to be placed that work all year round, not unsightly barriers that only remain there for 7 weeks. So on these subjects, I urge councillors tonight to be bold and forward-thinking. York is well positioned to thrive post-COVID. It needs ambition and good planning to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we'll consider your comments on agenda items 6 and 7. Our next public participant is here with us, Johnny Hayes, and that is regards agenda items 6 and 7. And you have 3 minutes once you start talking to us.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak about the post-COVID strategic review into parking. This report fails to live up to its billing in any way. It fails to provide any coherent strategy and is simply full of gaping holes. There is an abundance of confusing graphs, tables, statistics that frankly just do not add up to much. It is in desperate need of scrutiny and should be rejected as it stands. Without a doubt, I believe it needs to be called in. So, why is it so poor? Because there is a complete lack of accurate data on when, where, how, and many cars are occupying the city's car parks. This is partly due to the fact that the council's car counters have simply not been working for years, but also due to the fact that this report is a desk-based report with virtually no consultation or detailed research. In the absence of sound data, it provides a report that is scattered with half-baked calculations, valuations that are full of holes and leave more questions unanswered than answered. What about private car parks? Why are some major council car parks, such as Moor Lane, missed out completely? And the Coppergate multi-storey car park just not appearing on graphs? There are many other gaps. How did officers come to some of these conclusions? This report is far more about asset management of council land. Its ambitions were never more than that. Its objective was simple: to produce a hierarchy of car parks for future investment. In other words, those which might be sold off and others that might stay. It even goes into the detail of how Marygate and Monkgate car parks would be great opportunities for developers to build student accommodation. This review I would describe as a Goldilocks analysis of parking in the city. This one is too small. This one is worth a lot.
30
But
seconds.
this one is just right for a multi-storey car park. Fortunately, that decision is for another date in February. This report is simply putting the cart before the horse. Any decision about car parks should only be made once the local transport plan is in place or when data is provided that will allow a balanced decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll take them into account when we consider those agenda items. Our next public speaker is Councillor Melly, who is registered to speak on agenda items 6 and 7. And you have 3 minutes once you start talking to us.
Right, here we go again. I'm speaking on foot streets and the proposed permanent exclusion of blue badge holders. To be honest, a lot of what I've got on this paper that I'm reading off is copied and pasted from previous speeches to executive meetings, transport decision sessions, full council, etc., going back well over a year. Because this isn't a new issue. You've heard about the impacts of excluding blue badge holders from the foot streets over and over again. You know the implications of the decision you make today because you've heard it firsthand from people directly impacted by your decisions so far. Disabled people and their allies have spent a huge amount of time and emotional labour telling you about the detrimental impacts your decisions to exclude them have had on their lives. The extension of the foot streets area has arguably made the city centre safer and cleaner. During COVID restrictions, it allowed for more space for social distancing and for small independent businesses to use outdoor space more safely. There could be long-term positive benefits for residents, local businesses and the environment, but none of that requires excluding blue badge holders. All of the benefits could be achieved for everyone without the people who already have the least access to our city centre and outdoor spaces being further marginalised. Because you know what? If it's possible to make exceptions for some vehicles, then it's possible to make exceptions for blue badge holders. If there is physically space in the road for a waste collection lorry or a fire engine, then there is space for a car as an essential mobility aid. It doesn't have to be one or the other. We can have pedestrianised areas and accessibility. I know it isn't completely straightforward to implement, and there are things to consider in terms of terrorism threat and monitoring access points, but you can't decide to cause a huge amount of inconvenience to many people just because trying to find solutions is inconvenient to you, the few people around this table. Permanently excluding blue badge holders is clearly the wrong decision in terms of accessibility and equalities and human rights. But if you don't care about that, then think about the economic and financial reasons and your legal obligations. Blue badge holders and their families can't spend money in our city centre if they can't get there. They can't work or support our local businesses if they're deep inside a disability no-go zone. In terms of legal obligations, obeying the Equalities Act and the Public Sector Equalities Duty aren't just nice things to do if you feel like it, they're necessities, legally and morally. York has always been an inaccessible city. You should be using the City Centre Access Review as an opportunity to address that and make our city more accessible and more inclusive, not to permanently exclude blue badge holders from large parts of the city centre and make our city even more inaccessible. You say that as an administration, you want to run a safe, welcoming, considerate council and city, but those are empty words that will not be achieved by permanently excluding blue badge holders today. And I think I'm out of time. I also want to say something about the so-called strategic car park review, because it's flawed and shouldn't be accepted, but I'm out of time, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, which we'll take into account when we consider the agenda items. Our next public participant today is Jane Albon, who's registered to speak on agenda items 6 and 7. I've just been told that Jane has asked us to distribute a statement to executive members, which I'm more than happy to do. And you'll have 3 minutes to talk to the executive as well. So I'll pass these via the monitoring officer to make sure that every executive member gets a copy. Jane, do I think we're just checking. I think. Hello, is it Jane? Yeah, hello. I just received a request to distribute the statement that you've supplied, which I've agreed, so every executive member has a copy of that. And you've also got 3 minutes to talk to us today as well when you start speaking.
Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of my family. I support your plans for foot streets and trying to keep us safe and prosperous in this great city. Please ensure every penny of the money allocated for drop curbs and easy access is spent as detailed. I will be watching this. Every day is a difficult day for disabled children and their carers, but we plan ahead and we always have an exit plan. This is part of our daily routine. My granddaughter's blue badge has helped so much with these plans, and we are just scared of your planned changes. We happily use the bus into the city, but it is so sad when the driver says, sorry, already got a pram or chair on board, and all our plans are cancelled. We can't wait for 30 minutes for her in her wheelchair, but we have backup plans, and someone with a car keeps the plan going. We are scared that there will never be enough room on the bus now. With all the parking availability for blue badge holders gone, will the buses be making more spaces for us? Let's see. My even bigger fear is that we have no exit plan available on all your plan decisions. My granddaughter has an undiagnosed condition, and to date, when it all goes wrong, we get her and her blue badge in the car and to safety. We have open access to Ward 17. Now ambulances and doctors can't get to us in time. It is a good plan. We always have a plan to get out of the situation we find ourselves in. With your foot street plan in place, we need an exit plan. Can we have the suggested green badge just in case we need to get out? Can we have a key to unlock all these gates and barriers so we can get out quickly and get help? And can you have some kind of transport, this has been mentioned before, that gets us out to our car? We need a clear plan, or is the plan to stop our 2 to 3 visits per week excluded to all our family again? So please give me a plan. If you can get us in and keep us safe, I need to know how to get out again. You've not mentioned this at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. And if I could just explain the confusion at the start of the meeting and apologise to you, Jane. The statement that I mentioned is from a later public speaker, which I will mention later. So it's not your statement that has been distributed. So apologies with the information I was given, but thank you very much for speaking. And we'll take those comments into account when we get to the items later. Thank you. Our next public speaker today is Sophie Jewett, who is registered to speak on agenda items 6 and 7, and you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me join you this evening. My name is Sophie Jewett, and I have a business that is based on Castlegate in York, and we have been in business in the city now for 10 years. I'm a resident in the city centre as well as a business owner, and at times I have also been a person who has had difficulty accessing the city and has been registered disabled. And that is a future that I am also very well aware of. Last year, with the toilets closed, the city was effectively closed to me, as were the public parks within the community. I created a business because I wanted to contribute the difference that I knew that accessibility in our city would make for other people to enjoy the city, to contribute meaningfully to our community. And so when I see the agenda item talking about the My City vision, I really commend the council. It's a vision that represents me, my values, and the contribution we've built the last 10 years to contribute to the city. But as a business owner, I feel extremely frustrated that it feels like I have been pitted against those people that need greater access to our community and our city centre. I felt like I have had to take one side or another. We are clearly in a time with complex challenges that do tackle climate change, that are our responsibility to tackle. How do we create safe COVID-free spaces? How do we look at the year ahead when the rest of Europe is closing down and the council have already advised their staff members to work from home? How do us as a tourist city and a tourist business really embrace the challenges that face us all? It is a complex time ahead, and I resent being pitted against myself in this situation and my own future. But I also resent the one line that I was able to decipher from the nearly 1,500 pages of agenda item today, that it says that the closure of Castlegate is purely economic. It is not purely economic. And therefore, if anybody is making that decision, they're not fully understanding the complexities that us as business owners, that the whole of our street really faces as residents in the city. We all live in our city. The whole of Castlegate is a road of independent businesses that have all contributed to make the city centre a better place. Castlegate has become a better community space. And I know, speaking for the number of business owners on our street, that we all want to be able to find ways of working together to tackle these challenges. It is not just about access or business. Let's try and tackle these challenges together. And I hope that we can find a more constructive way of moving forward than the solutions that are put forward in this agenda. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much, and we'll consider your comments when we get to those agenda items later. Our next public speaker tonight is Councillor Lomas, who is registered to speak on agenda items 6 and 7. And when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. At recent meetings, I've spoken out about the issue of access to the city centre for disabled people. I've done so as a councillor, using my own experience and the experience of residents who have contacted me. Tonight, I am speaking as a disabled woman who lives and works in this city. Please make no mistake, the plans you are faced with this evening will disable me and others who need to be able to park close to the central shopping and service area. We know this because the last 18 months we have been living it. For me, this means having to decide between shopping or visiting the bank because I cannot do both in one go. It means not buying much if I do go shopping because I cannot carry it to my car. It means making arrangements for socialising outside of the city centre and continually saying no to invitations inside. It means me viewing the city centre as an obstacle that I cannot face much of the time. And the notion that this will be made permanent is deeply upsetting. A few notes from my experience. An equality analysis or impact assessment without proper mitigations is worthless. You analyse the equality impact to allow you to mitigate against any disproportionate impact on those with protected characteristics. Simply describing that impact is not enough. Consultation is not a mitigation unless you are consulting with the purpose of finding solutions. All of the consultation done has been to explain the plans, including leading questions which have been cherry-picked by the authors of reports to present a distorted view by pitting the needs of some against the needs of others. Why else would the response that fewer cars is to enable hostile vehicle mitigation measures? This is presented in a way that suggests that the threat can only be mitigated by removing all vehicles from the city centre. But this is clearly not the case, because the list of vehicles exempted includes fishmongers who have no control over tide times. This is an example of safety being used to limit the rights and liberty of a group of people who are not responsible for the risk. It's not a new approach. In a few weeks, women across the country will be out on the streets at night to continue a protest that started in the 1970s when police, in response to the horrific murders of women in West Yorkshire, told women to stay inside after dark. We didn't accept that solution then, and we don't accept it now. Of course we should.
Councillor,
I'm wrapping up. I am definitely wrapping up. Of course, we should respond to the risk that has been identified, but we must always ensure that the response does not have a disproportionate impact on a group with protected characteristics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, which we'll take into account when we consider the agenda items. Our next public speaker today is Simon Williams, who has registered to speak on agenda item 7. And again, you have 3 minutes to talk to us when you're ready.
Good evening. In our opinion, and that is I represent the Federation of Small Businesses, what this meeting and the council need to focus on is the practicality of access for all users. I'm only here to talk about the needs of small businesses in the city centre, but those businesses are also part of the wider York community. They are often residents too, and they want to see the city centre used by all and to stay busy and vibrant. Small businesses in particular need their suppliers to access them frequently. Even the smallest shop or cafe needs regular deliveries as they do not have storage, and they need to meet the fluctuating demands throughout the day. We should listen to them and respect their hours of business when making decisions. Likewise, their customers, using a variety of different transport, that the businesses want them to feel safe and welcomed, and importantly, for customers to support our city centre. It must be convenient to access city centre businesses for them, however they choose to do so, whether by public or private transport or on foot or bike. A business is nothing without supplies or customers, so let's get them timely access where possible. The Federation of Small Businesses has heard much feedback from our members on all these aspects, and we have encouraged them to complete the consultations to have their individual voices heard as business owners, all with individual needs depending on their locations and business models across the centre. It is obvious that businesses have made good use of the additional outdoor space that temporary foot streets allow, and for some this has meant their businesses staying open rather than becoming an empty premises, which can only be a good thing for York, which is thriving in recovery thanks to its independent businesses. Personally, as a business owner of a courier company based in the Railway Centre and accessing the city centre, I find the short time slots for delivery is prohibitive. I also think that better enforcement is needed of loading bays and people abusing the rules, with parking in loading bays on pavements and often blocking critical areas. There is often chaos in access for deliveries. Communication is poor with businesses and does not allow them time to plan ahead when changes are made. A recent example being the anti-terror barriers going up with little notice of their locations. More time to plan and adapt is helpful, and more presence of council officers in the centre to actually talk directly with businesses would be a good idea. Finally, and I made this point at the last meeting, Because I think it's absolutely key, we need to trial a number of solutions, and it is really important for the council to be willing to adjust any decision made if it is not working. I would also like to see other groups in the city centre. No solution will suit everyone, so there needs to be an element of compromise as well for everyone involved. York is thriving better than many other cities, and that is led by our independent businesses and by partnership working across the city.
If you could draw to a close, please.
I feel small businesses are ready to shape this and understand the needs of all users better than most, as they are the ones in the city centre every day at grassroots. So thank you for inviting me to represent them today.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to us, and we'll take into account your comments when we consider those agenda items. Our next public speaker today is Diane Roworth, who is registered to speak on agenda item 7, changes to the city centre. And apologies, Diane, it's your statement that we've received a copy of, and I know has now been distributed around the table to executive members. So thank you for that. And you have 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
The National Disability Strategy directs us to build back better and fairer for disabled people who have been affected the most by COVID-19. Elected members, when making your decisions today, please ask yourselves, are you building back better and fairer for disabled people? Will your decisions truly make York a city for all? Will they demonstrate your commitment and pride at being a human rights city? I refer to your vote on the TRO that bans blue badge holders from using their car or a taxi to enter the city. If agreed, it will have a massive impact on the lives of an already marginalised group, sending a message that we are not wanted. Some people in the council don't understand that and want to push on regardless to achieve their dream of a car-free city centre. But everyone I have spoken to cannot understand why the council is even considering banning blue badge holders. They cannot believe this is happening and are losing faith in this administration. Tonight, you have the opportunity to restore that faith by rejecting the TRO that has been opposed by 201 people and rejected by only 5. To overrule your public equality duty and the Human Rights Act, you need watertight reasons that will stand up to scrutiny. Allowing pavement cafes to take over the public highway is not sufficient reason. Improving pedestrian safety is not really an issue. In the last 10 years, there have only been 16 accidents. But an issue that does need consideration is that of hostile vehicle mitigation. You have a duty to ensure the city is safe, but you should not sacrifice disabled people in the process. You should not discriminate against us and banish us to the periphery. We need alternatives that demonstrate York really is a human rights city and a city for all, that show you understand the laws apply across all departments of the council and the police, from policy making to consultation to procurement. The Government Centre for the Protection of National Infrastructure provides guidance to help local authorities design HBM
30
schemes.
seconds.
And that I quote, keep our surroundings open and inclusive. They say schemes should be proportionate to assessed risk, and risks vary according to the time of day, week or year. They offer a range of physical mitigation measures and say experts should be employed to promote integrated schemes. In other words, where there is a will to create a city centre safe and accessible to all, there is a way. Other cities with that will have achieved it. Elected members, please be brave and give us back what we have lost. Please listen to all the citizens of York who are asking you to reject the TRO that permanently excludes blue badge holders. Let's work together to find solutions that show we can build back better and fairer for disabled people.
Thank you very much, and we'll take into account your comments when we consider those agenda items. Our next public speaker is Ian Gillies, who is registered to speak on agenda item 7. Welcome back, and you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The MHA report commissioned by the Council, contained in one of the annexes, concludes that MHA were of the view that until the improvements in this review are implemented, either the geography of the foot streets or the hours should be amended to reduce the impact on blue badge holders. The current administration are masters in consultation, yet seem to be taking no notice of this. I see no reason not to revert to the old timings, introduce a long overdue enforcement regime, and many of the perceived issues mentioned in the 1,000+ pages would be eradicated. Not all the 7,500 badge holders own vehicles. Some use taxis to enter the core of the city centre, while some use relatives and friends to gain access under the authority of the badge. Both my wife and daughter are badge holders for different reasons, and neither use a wheelchair, but do have mobility problems like many others. And they feel that drop curbs and new toilets and seats are welcome, but useless if you can't access the city centre to use them. In addition, anyone thinks that asking a disabled person who does use a wheelchair or may have other mobility issues to leave a mode of transport, wait for a shuttle bus, often accompanied by family and friends, to be dropped off on the edge of the city has a total lack of understanding of the needs. Much of the problem prior to the present situation was caused by unauthorised vehicles and cyclists entering the restricted areas. Yet how many prosecutions took place? None. Yet the only action that is proposed to stop those presently entering the city centre legally is to ban them in the future. You really couldn't make it up. And it really is time that the council and the police got their act together to clear up the present mess and introduce relevant legislation and enforcement to establish some sort of order to prosecute those who ignore the law. Councillors in York have been quick to vote to claim the city as one of sanctuary and several other areas, covering colour, creed, gender and others, and yet see fit to discriminate against those who qualify for blue badges. Why? Politics is about choice, and the choice is this: helping those with disabilities who wish to access the city centre to shop, enjoy meeting with friends in restaurants, social interaction, attend meetings, church and other occasions, and at present cannot do so? Or is it more important to ignore them and allow others to sit in the street in the middle of winter for a cappuccino? Your decision will affect thousands of our residents. I'm not conversant with human rights legislation, but would ask you to rely on common sense and decency. And whilst it is always important to protect those using our city, the risk factor advice regarding terrorism has not altered dramatically in the last 2 or 3 years. And I believe it would be totally disingenuous to hide behind security advice for what seems to be a blatant political proposal by the minority Green Party, which the partners on the executive don't want to oppose for fear of losing control. Councillors, persecute disabled blue badge holders. If you could draw to a close, please. Yeah. Persecute disabled blue badge holders or close the roads for coffee drinkers. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll consider your comments when we get to those agenda items later.
That would be nice.
Our next speaker is joining us via Zoom, Alison Hume, who's registered to speak on agenda item 7. So hopefully you're with us, Alison, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Thank you and good evening. Local councils are sadly remembered for their greatest failures. Big decisions so completely out of step with the public that they are neither forgiven nor forgotten. A popular community swimming pool sold off, a major bridge closed to traffic, that kind of thing. Elected members, tonight is your moment to escape the ignominy of being remembered as the council that closed York permanently to disabled residents. The reasons for the closures have moved from being about social distancing and helping businesses to stopping terrorists driving vehicles into the city centre. So please may I remind you once again of the very long list of essential vehicles currently being allowed in. Emergency vehicles, Royal Mail deliveries, DPD and parcel force deliveries, council bin lorries, medical deliveries to and from Boots, bullion vehicles, vehicles undertaking emergency repairs, vehicles with temporary permits, vehicles operated by hotels to pick up and drop off guests, a fishmonger's van who can come in any time because the tides change, and Uncle Tom Cobley. Well, unless of course he's got a blue badge and then he can't come in. I jest, but I'm making an important point. Hostile vehicle mitigation only works when a sterile zone free from all vehicles is achieved with only emergency vehicles having access. This isn't happening in York. And what does essential actually mean in a human rights city? Isn't the need of a disabled child who requires feeding by tube in the family car essential? Or the man with a hidden disability who needs to use his car as a safe place? Or the woman who needs to regularly rest in her car and take medication? These human needs are surely just as essential as the fishmonger getting his haddock to market, or the tourist taking delivery of their matching luggage set in a hotel lobby, or just possibly actually more essential. These real life stories are just some from the 2,200 people who signed the petition I started back in 2020, asking you to let us back into our city. In 2019, there were only 60 parking events by blue badge holders per day in the entire city. So we're talking about a really modest level of demand compared with the comings and goings of the hundreds of vehicles currently exempted. Please, I'm asking you tonight to not approve the traffic regulation order. Please be remembered as elected members who listened and heard, and not for being the council who ran the human rights city, which became a byword for discrimination. Thank you on behalf of York Accessibility Action.
Thank you very much for your comments that we'll take into account when we consider those agenda items. Our next speaker is back to being in person, Andrew Morrison, who's registered to speak on agenda item 7 on behalf of York Civic Trust, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Thank you, Chair. Many thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening on the matter of the foot streets in the city centre. York Civics Trust has worked closely with the City of York Council and the people of York since it's helped create the first foot street in 1971. The Civic Trust believes that York should be a truly inclusive, successful and modern city. First and foremost, a place that creates opportunity. The place that creates opportunities for everyone to be welcome, to enjoy the culture, heritage, hospitality and shopping that the city centre offers. By their nature, foot streets are primarily for people, not vehicles, and really for those people who can navigate the streets safely on foot. Reducing the use of vehicles across the city with their associated pollution, congestion and safety concerns is an ambition that the Civic Trust fully supports. This, of course, will by its inherent nature create problems for people who, for a range of reasons, rely on personal vehicles to be able to access the city, in particular, people holding blue badges. The Civic Trust supports the idea of foot streets strongly within the city centre. On Castlegate, where we're based, I have seen a really positive difference that reallocating an overly generous road space away from vehicle traffic towards pedestrians and public seating for cafes, restaurants and pubs. Simply put, I think it has started to create a better neighbourhood in ways that were not possible before, adding an element to create a vibrant city centre. The temporary foot street designation on Castlegate, which is recommended for removal as part of the recommendations before you, does not allow, however, for permanent investment by business owners to develop on this noticeable neighbourhood gain and create access for all. What is being recommended to the Council Executive this evening as a solution across the city centre does not seem to the Civic Trust to have been formulated using sufficient ambitious options, nor enough emphasis on co-production with people with the right expertise. For instance, the Council does not employ an expert access officer and is making decisions that would fall within the remit of such a post. Insufficient far-reaching options and long-term alternatives, especially those in relation to people with impairments, have been explored. In our opinion, a decision as important as this must be co-produced and cannot be with a wide range of stakeholders, and proposed solutions must be substantive, innovative, of long-term value and collaborative. This will of course take longer, involve greater resources, but ultimately be fairer, more responsive and greatly enhance the city centre for the long-term future. We do not seem to be learning from other cities. We've already been through these issues in the UK, such as Bath and Chester. Castlegate itself may offer a way forward. Rather than simply removing the foot street designation, why not use what is a relatively short and simple street with a strong community as a test bed for creating something ambitious?
Bring to a close, please.
Truly shared and accessible street, bringing all those who need to use the street together to form an innovative and collaborative solution to what is, admittedly, a very complex and difficult issue.
Thank you very much. We'll take your comments into account when we consider the agenda items later. Our next public speaker is joining us over Zoom, Anna Baldwin, who has registered to speak on agenda item 7. Anna, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a very severely sight impaired person who is speaking on behalf of the Sight Loss Council, and to talk about the way in which certain venues in the city centre, which are there for people who are disabled or elderly, are becoming inaccessible. In particular, St Sampson's Community Centre, which provides food and social facilities and training, is more or less inaccessible for people who are unable to get there from the not very close bus stops. Although it is really an important centre, the social group from my site, Socialise, uses it for a weekly lunch. They would like to use it again for the Macular Society meetings. They would like to use it for IT training. But I find it almost impossible to get there from the bus stops with a long cane without help, particularly as Parliament Street is often blocked by fairs and other activities. A taxi driver said to me that he used to be able to drop elderly people off at St Sampson's before the rules changed about the foot streets, but it is now impossible to do so. And it must be possible for the city to meet with other members of the community and work out solutions to this problem. One solution might be to have an a vehicle route through the city, which the taxi drivers could use, or that friends of blind and elderly people could use to drop people off. That would be less intrusive than actually providing parking in the city, but providing some parking in the city for blue badge holders would be a second solution. Or a third solution might be to have far more parking spaces on the edges of the city, on the edges of the foot streets, for example, restoring Duncan Place to blue badge holders and removing the way in which Deliveroo commandeers all the parking spaces there. So I think a solution to the problem of access in the streets is findable, and the city should fulfill its usual friendly attitude towards disabled people by meeting and finding some solutions.
Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll take them into account when we consider the agenda items later. Our next public speaker is also joining us via Zoom, Karen Woodward, who's the office manager for York Wills. And Karen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Starting this evening by reading off script, a little bit about York Wales. After listening to everybody, I do understand the needs and I do realise that there isn't a one-fit-all solution for everybody. However, we are up this evening because our funding is under review with the council. As a local, and I do beg your pardon, I've got a terrible cold. Our grant funding is up for looking at this evening. I can't tell you how much as a local charity this means to us and the people that we look after. Lots have been said about blue badge people today, which we try and address, but also the elderly of the city is the main people that we deal with. My staff at the office have lots of contact with them. We do know how our service levels. We also know for the last 20 years what we've been doing, and we work alongside the York Wales car service, which is a backup for patient transport, which is not delivering. So the funding that we receive from York Council is imperative for us as charities to be able to keep going forward. Over the last few years, we've invested with guidance from the council in technology to help us do community transport. We've got the most up-to-date community transport technology there, which will help us assist and modernise the facilities that we're currently using. I really want to say that without the backup from the council that we've received over the last few years, we would have struggled, and we hope this will continue and we can work with blue badge holders throughout the city to find a solution for them and for us. We are one of the only people that can enter the city centre. We do go to St Sampson's. Very little has been said about this during this evening, and I do want to point that out, but I do hope that the council do find that it's in their best interest as well as ours to keep York Wales / Darlin Ride funded. If this goes out to tender, I'm fully aware of the amounts of funds that you are looking at. Working closely with the officers that we deal with at the City Council, it's become very apparent how we are interwebbed with each other, but the service can no longer be like this anymore. We will be standalone, but we do feel that this is a benefit for York Wales charity. We want to be able to show to the residents of York City what we can do for them and understand their needs and requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments that we'll take into account when we consider that agenda item later in the meeting. And that marks the end of our public participation. So I'd just like to place on record a thank you to all those in person and using Zoom to take part. And as I said, we'll consider all of those comments when we discuss and consider the agenda items later in the meeting. That then takes us on to agenda item 4, which is the forward plan on pages 21 to 26. If I could please see from colleagues if they're happy to accept the forward plan. Thank you very much. So it's clear consensus in favour of accepting the forward plan. Before I ask officers to present the reports as mentioned at the start of the meeting, I'd like to invite Councillor Crawshaw to join us to speak about the work of the scrutiny committees, particularly in relation to reports 5, 6, 7 and 8 that will then go on to consider. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the invitation to come and present a summary of the extensive scrutiny work on the Foot Street extension that's been undertaken. I've tried desperately hard all day to construct something that will stick within the 5 minutes that I was told I could have. I'm sure you'll appreciate that summarising 10 hours of complex and nuanced discussion and debate is not straightforward. So I'm hoping that you will be a little bit lenient with me as I have been with you when you've attended scrutiny. Firstly, I'd like to remind everybody of how important language is in discussing these issues. They are, of course, complex and multifaceted, but please be careful not to imply that it is disabled people themselves who are the problem, or to inadvertently suggest that their needs are in some way of lesser importance than those of non-disabled people. Likewise, this is not, as some would have you believe, simply a decision about vehicle access. It's about access full stop. Over the course of 3 scrutiny meetings, committee members heard that the council accepts that the temporary extension currently harms disabled people's access, accepts that current arrangements leave a number of blue badge holders unable to access the city centre, and accepts that there are a group of blue badge holders for whom there may never be a mitigation for their loss of access. Officers were unable to confirm how many people this affects, but it is reasonably assumed to be a significant number given that there are 7,500 blue badge holders in York alone, and parts of the extended Foot Streets area are more than 150 metres from the nearest blue badge parking area. This is significant as it was confirmed to committee that in order to meet the criteria for blue badge eligibility, applicants must generally demonstrate that they are unable to walk more than 80 metres and in some cases 50 metres for automatic eligibility. Committee heard that there have been 3 phases and 3 distinct justifications, or perhaps motivations being a better description, for the Foot Streets extension. The emphasis on each appears to have varied over time, in part depending on who is answering what question. Broadly speaking, I think everyone now accepts that the social distancing justification is redundant, but we've talked about how over last summer things started to emphasise the city centre, business, and promoting perhaps more of a cafe culture and associated themes around the feel of the city centre itself. And I think committee members broadly supported that approach, although Councillor Hook and others did raise concerns around a lack of diversity within the offer, perhaps typified by an overemphasis on bars and restaurants. And it was also noted that balancing a family-friendly city against a loss of access for disabled people, as has happened repeatedly, suggests a failure to recognise both the economic activity of disabled people and the seemingly obvious fact that disabled people have families too. It was further noted that the government guidance on pavement cafe licences states quite clearly, quote, where a pavement licence is granted, clear access routes on the highway will need to be maintained, taking into account the needs of all users, including disabled people. And just for clarity, in legislative terms, pavements are generally considered to be part of the highway. The third emphasis, which has come to the fore in recent weeks, is that of the closures being necessary due to the terror threat from hostile vehicles. And concerns were raised that this was being played like a trump card and that insufficient interrogation of both the risk and proportionality of the response had taken place. Indeed, subsequent to the meetings, I've been shown government guidance around hostile vehicle mitigation, which states, quote, hostile vehicle mitigation uses a blend of traffic calming measures to potentially slow down hostile vehicles and vehicle security barriers to stop hostile vehicles progressing further. There are a variety of options to assist, reduce or mitigate the threat from vehicles, and continuing to quote, if frequent vehicle access is required into a site, then active solutions should be considered. It was noted several times throughout the scrutiny sessions and again this evening that cities like Bath and Chester appear to have found more flexible ways of managing access, as we currently do in York for market traders, bullion vehicles and some deliveries. It was, however, acknowledged that the police would like to see all vehicles removed from the city centre.
That's your 30-second warning, but I will give a little bit of leeway.
I hope so, because I've got some quite important points that I would like to make. It was acknowledged that the police would see all vehicles removed.
You were obviously advised of the timings, and I know that we've got a lot to discuss, so if you could do it as succinctly as you could.
What I will do, I will circulate my statement to all members. And what I will do is I will just speak to you about how we reached the principal conclusion, which I think is really where the decision lies this evening. If you just give me 1 second just to find that point. Following many hours of testimony, discussion and debate, I propose that before looking at any specific recommendations, we should first settle the overall question of whether to endorse proceeding with making the Foot Streets extension permanent at this time. And I did that feeling that that was the point at which all of the recommendations would balance on. As the committee chair, I proposed that we should recommend a delay to making the removal of the blue badge exemption permanent, as I felt that it was premature to proceed at this time, and argued that we should wait until the access officer is in post and the various mitigations set out in the access strategy have been implemented. I felt that this was important given the feedback that we have received repeatedly throughout scrutiny from the disabled advocacy groups who feel that they have not been listened to throughout this process, and frankly, some of the wording in some of the reports they feel is gaslighting them. And I think that that is not something I say lightly. I think it is something that we really should all reflect upon. That vote for a deferment was lost, with the 4 Liberal Democrat members voting against, and it was then moved by the Vice Chair that the committee should endorse both the access strategy and making the extension permanent this evening as proposed. The Vice Chair noted a clear expectation that action to implement the access strategy should begin immediately and that progress should be monitored closely with officers and others held to account for any failures in its timely implementation. This vote was won with the 3 Labour members, myself included, voting against. Now, the strength of scrutiny recommendations is usually found in their cross-party nature. So I think executive members may wish to reflect on this. Committee members set out a number of recommendations, all but one of which was unanimous. I won't talk to all of them, but I will note recommendation 2, which is around the public sector equality duty. I note in particular that legal advice has been published subsequent to committee's analysis of this, and that despite 2 assurances in 2 separate meetings that all external legal advice would come from an equality specialist, the advice published is from a planning law specialist. Of particular note is the fact that that appears to be a desk-based exercise which cites sections of officer reports which have been disputed by the disabled community as evidence for the way that the public sector equality duty has been met. So it's for executive members to satisfy themselves of the appropriate course of action. But speaking personally, this does rather smack of marking your own homework and then paying your own lawyer to validate the marking scheme. So finally, I want to put to you what I put to scrutiny members at our 3rd meeting on November the 8th. Being disabled is only one of the protected characteristics under the Equalities Act. If I came to you and I proposed that Black people, Asian people, gay people or women should be knowingly and permanently excluded from the city centre between 10:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. every day, you would rightly be horrified. If I tried to argue that it was part of a difficult balance and we had to consider the needs of other groups who do not share those protected characteristics, you might call it apartheid, bigotry, or misogyny, and I should, in fact, be hounded from office. If you feel that it would be unacceptable to knowingly exclude any people with any of the other protected characteristics, why would it suddenly become a matter of balance and thereby acceptable when it comes to disabled people? On a tight vote which split directly along party lines, scrutiny endorsed your course of action. My final point, and this is a personal view, and I want to be clear that this is me speaking personally now, not me as the Chair of Customer and Corporate Services. I feel that your colleagues on that committee deprived you of a reasonable get out from the corner that you have boxed yourselves into. You do still have a last opportunity this evening to do the right thing. Pause this decision. By all means, have it as an aspiration, but only do so, only make it a permanent exclusion from the city centre when we have put everything in place to ensure that we are not reducing the access for a marginalised group. Please start to rebuild trust with the disabled community. Please stop seeing every challenge to your decision-making as political opportunism, and together we can help to make York a genuine exemplar of universal accessibility. Thank you very much for giving me an extended time.
Thank you for your comments and that summary on behalf of your scrutiny committee. So we're now going to move on and to start asking the officers to present the different reports that are in front of us. So the first agenda item is agenda item 5, the My City Centre Strategic Vision. As summarised at the very start of the meeting, we're going to ask the officers to present each of the reports 5, 6, 7 and 8 in turn, have an opportunity to ask questions and discuss, and then we'll return to the recommendations as a block once we've had that overall discussion and opportunity to ask questions. So I can see Tracy and Andy in front of us, so I'll hand over to Neil first to start.
Thank you, Chair. In front of you this evening, you have the 4 reports that you're going to take together. The first is a strategic vision for the wider city centre. It's talking about the buildings, the purposes of those buildings, the public spaces. Secondly, a report that will detail the city centre objectives in respect of specifically accessibility. It also proposes a framework for future decisions on the council's car park, and has been noted by one of the speakers, it is not intended to be a parking strategy, which will rightly form part of local transport plan 4. And finally, you have 2 reports that make specific recommendations that implement changes, if accepted, to the operation and servicing of the city centre. And I'll hand over to Tracy and Andy to talk about that strategic vision for the city centre.
Thank you, Neil. So just to remind you, back in August 2019, seems a long time ago, a few things have happened since then, the executive set out the ambition to create a future vision for the city centre in York, which at that time was just starting to see the long-term impacts of a systemic global change, particularly in the retail sector. So the work on My City Centre was initiated and it was well underway when COVID hit, and our attention rightly switched to the delivery of a 1-year recovery strategy. The economic and social impacts of COVID on the city centre have underlined the importance of developing an innovative, forward-looking vision for our city centre. York were amongst the most proactive cities in their response to the challenges of COVID, and that work helped the city to both survive and bounce back. And we can now use this important groundwork to create a long-term social, environmental and economic strategy vision for a sustainable future for York City Centre, which responds to the changing nature of the high street and the long-term impacts of the COVID pandemic. Our COVID recovery work has also been hugely important in forging strong relationships with city partners, and the strategy set out in this report has been developed through extensive public engagement and in partnership with key stakeholders through the My City Centre steering group, including the BID and the Property Forum, who you've heard speak in support of the strategy tonight. The My City Centre strategy is a citywide strategy owned by partners, communities and businesses alike. And Andy will now take you through the exciting and bold 10-year vision for the York City Centre.
Thanks, Tracy. So the report tonight sets out the 10-year vision for the future of the city centre, as Tracy said. There are 2 key principles at the heart of the vision. The first is that if our focus is on creating a city centre that's a great place for residents and our communities, then the tourists that support our economy and jobs and local businesses will always follow. The second is that at a local level, we can't affect macro trends to the economy that will influence the way city centres and our high streets change. However, we can create the right regulatory environment for flexible businesses to adapt to these changes and ensure we attract people to the city centre at all times of the day and of the year. It's the people that create the noise, the life and the soul of the city, and the footfall they generate is key to the successful place and to thriving businesses. A vibrant and popular place will attract people and support shops, services and employment for our residents. To achieve these principles, the vision establishes 8 key themes that respond directly to what residents, businesses and those who use or want to use the city centre have told us through the public engagement. These include creating a family-friendly environment, including city centre play and indoor spaces, broadening the appeal of our events and experiences and spreading them more widely across the city centre, encouraging more people to visit the city centre at quieter times, particularly new home workers in the early evening post-work period, making sure tourism works best for all our communities with better jobs and being clear that people visiting York should behave in a respectful way, promoting the city centre as a place to live and providing the services to build strong, successful communities, supporting businesses to thrive and supporting temporary and long-term use of empty buildings, and celebrating our heritage whilst allowing the city to adapt to 21st century life. These have been tested through further public engagement and have had extensive support, with 82% in agreement with the vision statement and all proposals receiving positive levels of support, with over 75% support for all the actions outlined in the vision. Each theme has a series of proposals that are intended to be practical, measurable and achievable, capable of delivering tangible, beneficial change in the city centre. An executive are asked to approve a vision document that is set out in full in Annex 1. But it is important to note that the vision is not a council document. It is owned by the city as a whole, its partners, its businesses and communities. And consequently, it is also recommended that officers work with the My City Centre stakeholder group and other key partners to develop a delivery strategy which were brought back to executive for approval to drive forward the realisation of the vision.
Thank you very much. So I'll open that agenda item to any questions or comments from colleagues. Councillor Runciman.
The world has changed after COVID. Sorry, just a minute. Can't hear myself speak because I'm on the loop. The world has changed after COVID, and the impact of the pandemic is very clear on the high street and working patterns in the city centre. How is that represented in this vision?
Yeah, so I think as Tracy alluded to, York's immediate recovery from the pandemic has been very strong, and footfall in September actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels, which is really positive. Some of that's been driven by staycationers, but also residents who've reconnected with the city during the pandemic. I think the thing that's become really clear is that interconnectivity of the economy during this period. So the fact that people don't go to the city centre to do a single task anymore, they'll spend in shops, they'll get their hair cut, they'll meet somebody for a drink or a coffee. So the real importance of different sectors of the high street working together is really important, and that's written large in the vision. And also experiential retail and leisure are becoming big attractions, which are replacing some of those traditional retail models. So that's not replacing retail completely. Retail's adapting and surviving and thriving. Obviously, we've got really strong independent sectors. So it's creating the right environment for those elements. The fact that ground floor commercial rents are being reassessed by developers and by property owners mean that we've got better opportunities to access upper floors as well. So that's come about through the pandemic, so a direct change. And we've got some real strands in the vision that look at how we can best use vacant upper floors within buildings. And then the home working point is obviously absolutely key. We are a net exporter of commuters, so it gives a real opportunity and a captive audience of people that we can hopefully encourage into the city centre post-work with their families and provide that footfall for businesses, which maybe has disappeared a little at lunchtimes and other periods. So we've got some key strands in there about a family-friendly and early evening economy within the city. And the other thing is some of those themes may not become apparent. We don't know. We're still coming out of the pandemic. So we're proposing to build in a 3-year review period into the strategy so that we can make sure that the trends that we are envisaging have actually been realised.
If I could just add to that, as part of Business Week last week, the BID put on an event about the future of retail, and it was really interesting stuff. I mean, it's starting to happen in major cities, kicking out London and Manchester, where the future of retail isn't necessarily as bleak as we may have thought about it as being. The success of independence continuing to be a strong theme, but also online brands starting to use the high street as a brand placement and an experiential location. So that the concept that you might actually go to a shop and not buy anything, but it still be a valid part of a business strategy for a major retailer. So I think that 3-year review is really necessary, because I think we'll see those types of changes in TAC happening and occurring over the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. Councillor de Gorn.
Yes, obviously a lot comes down to funding and so on, but I just wonder if the vision actually looks at how we can improve the quality of space and public realm, and create a sense of inclusivity and safety in terms of access to the city centre as a whole.
Yeah, so one of the primary purposes of the vision is to give us a really, really clear agreed vision that's been built on with partners to be able to put us in the best place to secure external funding for big major investment in improving the city centre and our public realm and public spaces, and that's a key part of the vision. A couple of other elements I think I'd draw on is theme 3 in the vision is about an attractive city centre offer at all times, and within that there are elements around purple flag status, which we're hoping to hear the outcome of in the next couple of months. And clear messaging in there as well about people visiting the city, which I think I mentioned before, to enjoy York are expected to behave in a way that's respectful to our communities and our residents. There's another key theme in there, which is a safe city centre community, which has got 3 key measures in it around improving safety. So there are elements in there that talk about development of a women's night safety charter and safe spaces for young people, which are obviously very relevant at the moment. Improving accessibility, which sets out some of the investments in terms of improving quality of surfaces, pavements, seating, drop curbs, and they link into a future agenda, a later agenda item on the strategic review of city centre access. Item 6E of the themes is around embedding dementia and autism friendly standards into the public spaces that we create. And 6F talks around World Health Organization age friendly city status. So there are some key things in there around improving those elements.
Thank you very much. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Chair. I just got some comments really, and obviously if you have any comments on the comments, that would be okay. I just really wanted to welcome this paper, and I wanted to acknowledge all the hard work that's been done to arrive at this point, because there has been an awful lot that I've certainly been aware of. There's obviously, understandably, a possibility that this paper is perhaps not going to get quite as much attention as it might have done, because we are focusing quite rightly on the specific issues with the foot streets that a lot of our speakers have addressed. But I think whilst access issues are obviously a hugely important part of this overall future vision for our city centre, we've also, as you said, heard how this paper addresses an even wider range of issues. So I think it is really important that we've arrived at this point, and that has been following 3 rounds of public engagement and 5,000 public responses, I think it says in the report. And I think the list of 39 actions and the indications from residents in the last round of the engagement of the importance of how they see those actions is a really clear mandate for the city, for all city partners, as you said, not just the council, but for others too, to pick these up and get on with the production of a delivery plan and with getting actions out there on the ground. I think those actions on the ground are obviously what people want to see, but I think it's really important that this consensus building process that lays behind that has been really valuable, and it's a crucial contribution. I think the message has come out loud and clear that whilst we have a fantastic city centre, as you can see by the number of people now coming here, that there are many specific things that city partners can do to improve it for everyone, to make it more resilient for the future, and to put a firm focus on a city centre that works for residents and families. And this is the right time to bring that refocus. You've mentioned the changes in the retail environment, and that keeps changing, but also the context of climate change. And that means taking some of the actions in this document, from improving our facilities to improving green spaces, the public realm, looking at how we can develop the shambles market to make it even better, perhaps more focused on local products and local businesses, and doing some of those very technical sounding things to do with business rates and regulation that can help to support our independent businesses and use our spaces in the city better. So I just finished by saying I entirely agree with the comments in the paper, and I think you repeated it, that a city centre that is good for residents will also continue to attract the tourists that also play that very important role in the economy. So I hope we can get on with taking all of this forwards with city partners.
Thank you very much. Anything, Tracy or Andy, you wanted to comment on? There may not be. Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I think I misunderstood. I thought we were going to take them all as a block and then ask questions and discuss, but if we're doing them individually as we go through, that's absolutely fine. Just thanks for the report. I was at the business meeting that you were at the other week, and it was very interesting, quite exciting, and we need to make sure we get ahead of that curve, I think, in terms of what's going on in retail. There's lots of really good stuff in here. Most of it was a pleasure to read, which was great, given what else we had to read through in the report. I do have a few questions, though. There doesn't seem to be any resident group representation on the stakeholder committee or the stakeholder group, and there are established residents groups of residents living in the city centre. I'm not seeing any specific reference to arts and culture. I'm seeing about sort of entertainment and events, but not arts and culture. I'm very pleased to see that its main focus is access for all, and you talk about removing barriers to the city centre around on page 33. On page 201 of the Equalities Impact Assessment, you talk about the city centre being welcoming to everybody, and you quote item 6D on page 174. I think you actually mean item 6C on page 174, where you talk about, and I'm very, very pleased to hear it, disabled people having the same access as able-bodied people to the city centre. So, like I say, lots of good work, but do you think it is potentially in conflict with the agenda items 6 and 7 tonight? the recommendations that you're putting forward in your report.
Yeah, so I mean, we obviously had to adapt the engagement plan because it started pre-pandemic, and we start with a huge amount of face-to-face engagement and direct engagement with some number of resident groups and others, and we adapted it during that secondary process where we weren't able to do anything like as much face-to-face engagement as we would have liked to have done. But clearly the scale of sort of engagement that we have done has had a huge number of voices in it, and we've tried to signpost via those groups to the engagement, how we can bring them in. In terms of the residents user group, again, we took some of that through the different ward members and had ward member meetings, but some of those, again, they weren't actually happening during the pandemic. So what we'd like to have done would have done more of those face-to-face ward member events. We managed to do some, but we appreciate from conversations that we've had with some ward members, the frustration there that we obviously weren't able to do some more. I think in terms of arts and culture, we've had the cultural leaders group sat on it, and actually a lot of what the public told us was, you know, the arts and culture is a really strong offer in York, but some of the comments came back that what they wanted is a broader range actually of the way our events programs were focused, and we made broader appeal. So that's kind of what we focused on. Again, we wanted to very much react to the public, what the public were telling us within that process. That's certainly not to demean our wider arts and cultures programme and say that that's at the key heart of everything we do in the city. In terms of the EIA, I mean, the only thing I'd say is, obviously, this is an overarching long-term vision for the city centre. There are obviously other agenda items tonight. The strategic review of access is very much aligned to this review, and that isn't necessarily around the geography of the foot streets. It's about access to and through the foot streets. And there are a significant number of improvements that are set out within that strategic review of access, of how we improve access to the city centre. Obviously, there's a later agenda item that I'm not speaking to, which obviously looks then at the geography of the foot streets as well. But again, I think the vision itself does set out ways in which some of those elements can be improved, notwithstanding issues that will be discussed later on blue badge parking.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waller.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone, residents and businesses and organisations who've taken the time to share their thoughts on the future of our city centre through the My City Centre engagement process, and to the officers who made that happen and collated all of that information. There have been many interesting ideas submitted that have been added to the draft vision, including those around sustainability, affordability, and many more. We will be aware of the challenges facing city centres across the country, which were brought about by the pandemic, as well as Tracy Carter mentioned at the beginning, were in existence before the pandemic, and that the changes to the high street were very much accelerated during the pandemic. So this vision and the groundwork done with partners and residents will help to address the challenges and face a positive future for our fantastic city, creating a city centre that's even more welcoming, forward-looking and vibrant. The vision recognises that the city centre exists first and foremost to serve the needs of local people, and I think that connection with local people during COVID really resonated, and there is a balance to be struck between the different needs of stakeholders and residents, and that makes a very interesting and dynamic debate. There's much to be welcomed in the My City Centre vision, particularly including the creation of more family-friendly facilities, the development of new green spaces. That's something that we've come to appreciate in the time that we were restricted, and supporting the existing and newly emerging employment opportunities in the city centre. I too attended the very exciting Business Week event, which involved a whole reference to TikTok and other things that were beyond my ken, but really did illustrate the potential that some people have got a little bit bored with online shopping, and that they are returning to the high street. So the final vision will help to guide investment, and that's private as well as public, probably more private, but recognises that there have been visions in the past. The 1948 local plan mentioned the walkway along the riverside, and I think that there's been some very good examples of ideas that have now come of age and that fit with a longer term vision. So having a clear vision that has buy-in from residents and partners, and I pay tribute to the partners who've spoken tonight about their support for this, will leave the council best placed to secure future government funding and private sector investment. So it's about having that broad approach that we can say to government, yes, that there is certainly support for that. And the hope is that this will improve the lives of residents and businesses and ensure the city can thrive in years to come. So I look forward to the next steps of this important work, which will include drawing up an action plan. It's always the most exciting part, with a focus on continuing to work with stakeholders and businesses to turn this vision into a reality, accepting that it will take time, but by having a clear master plan that is immensely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I can't see any further questions or comments on that particular item. So as mentioned, we'll now move on to agenda item 6, but we will return to the recommendations on agenda item 5 after we have gone through all of the other reports. So if the officers presenting agenda item 6, the strategic reviews of city centre access and council car parking, could now join us. So I don't know, Neil, whether you want to go first or I'll go straight to James.
Thank you, Chair. So, as you may remember, back in November last year, you commissioned 2 strategic reviews, one of access to the city centre and one about how car parks, a strategic review of car parks. I'll hand over to Andy to update you on those 2 reports, which will be or those 2 strategies, which will be for you in one report tonight.
Thanks, James. So yeah, 2 strategic reviews are covered in this report. So the first is a strategic review of city centre access. And the purpose of this review is to consider how access to and through the city centre foot streets could be improved for disabled people, delivery couriers, cyclists and residents. This is separate to the decision on what the geography of the foot streets should be, which is dealt with in a further report on the agenda. So based on the outcome of extensive and targeted engagement with these groups, the strategy has developed a clear and tangible action plan which identifies potential investment of over £1 million to improve city centre access. This includes the creation of an access officer post and the development of a York standard for the accessibility of the city centre streets, investment in improved quality of paving, more benches at key rest stops and drop curbs, providing further dedicated disabled parking across the city centre, an investment in shop mobility and dial-a-ride, and a feasibility study into an EV shuttle service through the foot streets. Improve cross-city centre cycle routes and provide improved secure cycle parking in strategic arrival points to the city centre, and a feasibility study into a transshipment hub to realise the aim of all city centre deliveries being by ultra-low emission vehicles or cargo bikes by 2030. This represents considerable investment and commitment to improving city centre access, and the executive are asked to approve a strategy and action plan. The second strategic review relates to council car parks and has 2 elements. The first is to identify where there are information gaps in car parking usage and provision that can be improved to guide future evidence-based decision-making in the local transport plan. 4, about the role citywide car parking plays within our integrated transport system. The second is to create a hierarchy of council car parks to manage future parking demand and which council car parks should be prioritised for investment improvements. The approach identifies that the council's car parks which are outside the inner ring road but in strategic locations have the lowest impact on our residential communities and have no viable alternative development use of the highest priority for investment. It's important to note that this hierarchy is not a definitive decision-making tool. Any future decisions on investment will be subject to individual business cases and future executive decisions. The review is also accompanied with an action plan that sets out how some of those improvements will be made, particularly to data. So it'll look at how data on car parking usage will be improved, investment to improve our customer experience in EV charging opportunities, a feasibility study for park and rides to become multifunctional hubs, providing overnight parking for city centre visitors and better intercity bus links, and working with disabled groups to identify 2 car parks for priority investment in improving disabled facilities and access routes. So consequently, the executive are asked to consider that strategic review and approve that and the associated action plan that is set out in Annex 2.
Thank you very much. And again, I open that item for any questions or comments. Councillor Widdowson.
I remembered. Thank you for the report. Regarding recommendation 3 made by scrutiny, could you commit to, can officers commit to producing a report with costed proposals for a trial of an electric shuttle bus? And could this be done in consultation with both services and service users?
Yeah, so the action plan set out the process to do a feasibility of an EV shuttle bus, and scrutiny suggestion that that could be done as a trial. Then, yeah, I mean, I've discussed that with James, who obviously it's his area, and I think that's something that we think can be brought back with the costs of carrying out a trial, what that would look like to allow the executive to make a decision on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you. Yes, a number of the public speakers commented on the recommendations in the Martin Higgett Associates report, which is, I think, about the last annex in this paper. Could you just clarify, because all the information is so very confusing for everybody, isn't it? Could you just clarify how many, roughly, of the recommendations featured in the Martin Higgett and the other report, the 2 independent reports, are actually suggested to be accepted by executive this evening?
Yeah, so just on the Martin Higgett report, that was one of 2 independent reviews that have been commissioned as part of this wider ongoing process around trying to improve access to the city centre. Those reports were focused on the issues of access, and then the findings had to be considered in the round against other guidance, which obviously will be talked about later in terms of counter-terrorism measures, available funding, and also technical highway practicalities. So the majority of recommendations in both reviews have been taken forward in the strategic review of city centre access. All elements of the independent review undertaken by Disabled Motoring UK have been adopted, except the proposal to charge for blue badge parking, which we didn't feel was something we should do, and that it should remain free. There are a significant number of recommendations in the MHA report, and those have been captured in the action plan. So I went through them in sort of introducing the report, but just pick out a few key ones, things like an access officer, measures and investment to improve pavements, drop curbs and seating, a rolling programme to improve access routes, creating additional blue badge parking on the edge of the foot streets, single information points, investing in more in shop mobility, and the shuttle service, which we just discussed, were all part of the MHA report. And they also supported the principle that cycling should not be allowed in the pedestrianised areas of the foot street, and that we should invest in cross-city centre cycle routes and cycle storage. There were 2 substantive points in the MHA report which have not been taken forward. And the first relates to the geography of the foot streets, which is dealt with in the next agenda item and doesn't relate to the sort of overarching review of how we improve access. The second relates to creating a new cycle route through the middle of the foot streets, which was proposed by York Cycle Campaign through the engagement that we did. So that was considered, and the proposals were considered by our highways officers in James' team, and there were a number of reasons why that was felt not to be workable in practice. Davygate in particular being one of our really busiest foot streets, and it would have had a significant impact on pedestrians by taking away space from pedestrians in that area, because it does require a separate contraflow cycle lane rather than that shared space. It needed a complete redesign of the existing highway network and public realm in that part of the city. And at the moment, there's no investment to do that large-scale redevelopment of the part of the city, which would have allowed it to be embedded. And there are also other elements that require cyclists to dismount at the busiest period, which are in effect the foot street hours as well. And it would be a difficult thing for cyclists to gauge and to enforce. And also the route would need to be suspended when some of the events were taking place in Parliament Street. So due to the investment needed, the notion that it could be done as a trial, it was felt wasn't possible because you need to put the infrastructure in place for it allowed to be. And at the moment, there is no investment available for that scale of changes which would need to be accommodated. So they were the two key substantive elements which were in the MHA report, which weren't taken forward, but the vast majority are within the action plan.
Thank you. Could you just clarify where we're at in the report with the concept of enabling cyclists using cycles as a mobility aid? Can you just clarify where the position the papers take on that?
Yeah, so it was one of the things that was tested with the targeted workshops we did in groups. There are some challenges around how you have a system of doing that and enforcing that to ensure that it doesn't create confusion around who can cycle in the foot streets. I think what's been suggested in the report is obviously there is a disabled access officer post to be created, and that is a piece of work that they can continue to look at and refine. So it is something that I think there are potential opportunities to look at in the future, but it's not something immediately that is in the action plan. It's to look at when the access officer's in post.
But we can look at it further. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again, Andy. The majority of the Higgett recommendations may have been taken on board, but of course they are the two substantial ones and the two most controversial ones that were not. The question is, were they not taken forward, looked on their own in isolation without reference to the report that's coming later to do with the sort of geographical access to it? Because on their own and in isolation, there's quite a lot of very sensible suggestions in there. I've got to say the Higgett report, I'd like to know how much it cost, the Higgett report, because it's an excellent, thorough piece of work and one of the best reports that I've read that's come to this council. And included in that were a number of sensible suggestions about how we could increase access into the city centre, whether that was through different routes or the spine road down the middle. I understand what you're saying about the costs of doing that on a trial basis, but given that it is already a road that runs through the middle of the city centre, and given that on that road there are already bays that could quite easily be converted into disabled parking bays, I don't see that the costs of doing it really would be that great. It's just predicated that we're not doing it because we need to keep this particular class of vehicle driver out of the city centre, namely blue badge holders. So I don't think the cost is really an excuse for not giving one of the MHA reports really sensible suggestions a go and seeing if we could use that David Gate Parliament Street as a spine route for access for blue badge holders, which brings me on to the questions. I've got a few questions on the city centre access, and then I'll stop, and then I've got some on the sort of parking review. I don't understand, and a number of the speakers tonight have raised this, I really don't understand why blue badge holders are seen as more of a terrorist threat than drivers of other vehicles, and maybe you could explain that to me. I'm thinking that one of the reasons that those recommendations were held back on is because it would have brought this report into direct conflict with the wishes of this administration to keep blue badge holders out of the city centre. So if you can explain to me why blue badge holders are more of a risk, I'm sure they'd appreciate it as much as I would. And also, why are we going to wait 9 years for vehicles with ultra low emissions to make deliveries into the city centre? As I mentioned earlier, and I've plenty of experience of cargo bikes, and the technology and the ability to do it is there now.
So just to clarify, I was talking very specifically about the cycle route in the MHA report through that area, not about blue badge access, which again is picked up in the next report, next agenda item, and the elements around blue badge parking. So I'll not speak about that because it's not covered in this report. I'll just speak to the bits that I was responsible for drafting. In terms of the 9 years for all vehicles, I think that is It was around just the future that we've looked at in terms of we've got to look at the transshipment hub, which is a feasibility study in there, and make sure that we've got the right necessary infrastructure that can support that. But we think it's a clear ambition of the direction that we're travelling in. And what we want to do now is make sure that we get all the different elements in it that can make it work, and obviously work for businesses, as the FSP spoke earlier, and make sure that we've got all the infrastructure in place to do that. But I think it's a bold ambition and one that I think we can achieve. And we've got some clear action plans set out for delivering that. I can't remember what your other question was, sorry, just in terms of, obviously the blue badge stuff, I think James will pick up in his report, but was there anything?
Was the conclusions of this report, were they influenced by the fact that this administration is looking to actually ban blue badge holders from the city centre?
So most of the actions that are set out in the action plan are very much about improving access to and through the foot streets. So actually not the geography of the foot streets. The MHA report's obviously got issues that cross-cut across the two different reports, but I'm obviously just dealing with those elements that are around that access to and through the foot street piece. So it was considered in the round, but this part has always been set out as the way we improve access to the foot streets and through the foot streets. And there's obviously a significant action plan that sits around delivering against that.
Did you want to ask the questions about car parking now, or I can come back to you? Yeah, Councillor Smalley.
Thank you, Chair. Would officers be able to comment on whether it be possible to create more, an increased number of blue badge parking on the edge of the foot streets area, possibly keeping it under review in terms of the time length of those spaces? And if this is viable, I'd suggest making this an additional recommendation, which could be presented back to the portfolio holder or executive once all the relevant parties have been consulted. And anticipating a positive response, I guess, could this request be minuted, Chair?
Thank you very much, James.
Yes, absolutely. We can keep it under review. We've obviously implemented and have recommendations in the report in a minute about further blue badge parking around the city centre, but absolutely there is an opportunity to keep that under review and keep adding those where opportunities arise. And that's obviously a political choice. If that recommendation is added, then that would steer officers in the future.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waller.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, you mentioned a number of mitigating measures to bring in the short-term future. Dropped curbs, seating, linking in with job mobility, and a whole number of other moving parts. So I think it would be important to keep track of where those are, and a progress report to come back within, say, 6 months, to ensure that there's a demonstration of positive actions being delivered on the ground to make the difference. I assume that would be feasible, and hope that could be.
Yes, I'm sure we can report back on the action plan and how much has been delivered.
Right, so I'd be grateful if that was recorded in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Just to comment that more blue badge parking spaces on the edge is going to do absolutely nothing for people who can't walk the 150 metres into the centre, which is, the maximum standards that we should be aiming for. In terms of the parking review, again, it may be what you were asked to do by the executive, but it was not why we needed this report. This report comes from the application for a multi-storey car park on St George's Field. You'll remember it, Paula. I think Councillor Widdowson was at that planning committee. Oh, and I think you were the developer that brought the application forward, actually, Andy, on behalf of the council. So you'll have good experience of it for writing this review. And I'm aware that this review was not submitted in time for pre-CSMC scrutiny, I believe, where some of these questions could have been asked, because We asked for a review of parking because we didn't know whether or not we actually needed a multi-storey car park on St George's Field. So we wanted to know if the demand was there for it both now and whether or not we thought demand would be there in the future. But the report, unfortunately, other than people observing CCTV to try and gauge the usage of car park, has got no real data on how many cars are using the car parks, how full to capacity they are at any one time. And as one of the speakers said earlier, one of the reasons for that is that the counters in the car parks haven't been working for years. What we do know, of course, is that when the Swan Theatre took over Castle Car Park a few years ago, the parking that would have been there was just displaced, and we were never at over capacity. So that's the reason that we asked for a review of parking post-COVID in the city. But of course, what we've got is a review of asset values of each particular car park. However, when it comes to measuring the values of the car parks, for some reason, Castle Car Park doesn't appear in the hierarchy on 226 or the revenue chart on 275. And I would imagine, and Councillor Eyre might be able to answer this question, I would imagine that's because Castle Car Park actually accounts for 28% of all inner city car parking revenue within York. And by its own metrics, that would have said we shouldn't be doing anything with Castle Car Park except renting it out for cars, which clearly wouldn't really suit the agenda that we've got for that particular car park. We also talk about £7 million worth of revenue coming in from the car parks without really saying what the costs are, which will obviously vary depending on what kind of whether it's COVID or not. But this is not just straightforward income into the city. We also don't really know what our future demands for the spaces is going to be if we think of them as spaces that we own that we can use for parking rather than assets that we can sell off and build housing on to take pressure off the green belt. I think the report says we don't really know how we're going to want to use them in the future until we've got a local transport plan, which I think is now back on track, but still won't be ready until March 2023. So, we need to be looking at that strategic use, but at a very minimum, we should know from this report how much parking we need and what spare capacity we've got, etc. But I think as we're sat here, we just don't know. So I would recommend that the 9 members of the executive tonight reject the report and send it back for some more detail.
So just to pick up on a few of those points, so the actual parking review was, this wasn't commissioned by a planning committee, it had been commissioned prior to that, and it was part of a business case decision around the future of the Castle Gateway regeneration that was taken in. It was September 2020, but it was actually on October the 1st, I think executive fell. But that was around not proceeding with St George's Field at that point in time because we were in the midst of COVID and not sure how the responses to COVID was going to happen. So that decision was paused, but as part of that, it was asked to look at a parking review. Obviously, that was something that was also then requested out of planning. So it's sort of in train before that, and the scope of the review was signed off in April 2021. In terms of the review, I think the key point I would make on a couple of those points that are raised, the reason, the way we've approached this is to have 2 hierarchies of car parks. So car parks that we absolutely know will always be there, so our park and ride, because they're a key part of our sustainable transport system. And we also discounted Castle Car Park because obviously the decision has been made through the master plan to close that car park. So they were excluded then from assessing the next stage of car parks. So that's why it doesn't appear in that hierarchy. I mean, we've been absolutely clear that the revenue that is generated from Castle Car Park is significant, which was always the reason the master plan looked to have a way of replacing that lost car parking provision and some of the revenue for 2 strands of that. Obviously, car parking does still play a role in a successful city centre economy. So that's the reason it wasn't included in the second hierarchy. The graph that you reference is not included within that one because it was actually when the Rose Theatre, the baseline position was when the Rose Theatre was in place, so it wasn't a fair comparator. But the report absolutely acknowledges that there are some improvements that can be made to our knowledge base on our car parks as well as private sector car parks, and it was very much commissioned with that in mind to identify where those gaps were. There's an action plan that sits within it to improve the evidence bases, which will inform the decision making in within LTP4. And obviously, as you'll note in the report, there's no decision being made on St George's Field yet. That's a decision that will need a future business case based on all the things of assuring people that it is needed and is the right way to progress the Castle Gateway project, and that decision will be taken next year.
Thanks, Andy. The multi-storey car park in St George's Field was deferred in order to assess whether or not we needed it, which means how much parking space do we need in the middle of town. And that really, I'm not having a go at you here, I'm having a go more at the politicians, that really should have been incorporated into this review. In terms of the lost revenue from Castle Car Park, we don't actually know whether or not closing Castle Car Park is going to cost us anything. What we do know is that when parts of it have been closed in the past, that parking has just been displaced because revenue went up in St George's Field and revenue went up in Piccadilly. We could close Castle Car Park and lose no money whatsoever because the parking is displaced elsewhere. We just don't know, because we don't know what capacity we're at, and really that needs to be in this review.
So I think again, the review is very clear that the hierarchy is there as a tool to assess our car parks, to make sure that our priority car parks are the ones outside of the inner ring road, so that they're reducing the impact of cars on city centre, and that they are in the places that have got strategic locations. So it goes into those elements. It's very, very clear, though, that business cases for individual investment decisions will need standalone. And obviously, for St George's Field to progress, that will need that full business case review for a decision as to whether St George's Field's a way to progress. And it's why it's not dealt with tonight, because we've only now got the evidence base that says where our priority car parks for investment are. The question is, as you rightly point out, is St George's Field needed and the right solution to unlocking Castle Car Park to deliver the Castle Gateway master plan, and that will follow next year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tagore.
Yeah, I'd like to certainly thank the officers for all the work that's gone into this, and obviously all the public contributions that have come to help shape this report. I'll try and keep my comments fairly relatively brief in the light of the time that we're taking to make these decisions. But I think it does, the report does demonstrate the complexities and very difficult decisions that we have to make about the future of our city and for those who live and work within it. And the engagement activity that's gone into this has been wide-ranging, and as has been indicated already, covers not just the access and car parking, but also questions about cycle routes, delivery hubs, location of taxi ranks, a whole range of other aspects, which will all help to inform the action plan as part of this proposal. So just moving on to the points about, specifically about reference to including an access officer, which is one of the recommendations that came out of the 2020 Disability Motoring UK, how that will look at how accessibility can be considered as part of all our work. And just on the car parking side of things, the strategic review, I certainly want to reaffirm our priority to promote and encourage use of sustainable modes of transport in the city and transform the current Castle Car Park and the Eye of York into world-class public space, which is more befitting for the iconic Clifford's Tower heritage site. And this is clearly an ambition which goes back to when I first became a councillor in 2003, when it was expected that that site was going to be blighted by a major shopping mall. This outcome, I'd like to commend the iterative approach which is referred to in the report that led the My Castle Gateway consultation process going back over a number of years, moving us from policy of either a new underground car park or a new multi-storey car park on Piccadilly, which were the two options that were at that point in time being put forward, to the current proposal for a much smaller capacity flood resilient facility on St George's Field, which, as has been said, we will consider in more detail next year alongside the information which you've already compiled. And I welcome your commitment, as has been, some of the speakers have raised questions about the data that we've got. Obviously, if we have additional data we can look at when we come to that decision. That'd be very welcome. So the hierarchy of car parks responds not just to the actual income, but wider considerations such as changing travel behaviour, location, accessibility to the city centre and so forth. And we are already installing EV charging points across the city at the council car parks, and welcome recommendation to take a business case to look to rolling out pay on exit, which makes it both more convenient for customers and encourages longer stays in the city. So this sort of overall investment strategy, which underlies this report, is very welcome and helps us to make decisions going forward.
Thank you very much. I can't see any further questions or comments on that report, so thank you, James and Andy. And we'll then move on to have agenda item 7 presented, and consideration of changes to the city centre traffic regulation order.
Thank you, Chair. So York's foot streets are those streets which are pedestrianised during certain hours. Pre-COVID, that was normally 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. In response to COVID, the foot streets have operated differently. An existing exemption allowing blue badge holders to access and park on some pedestrianised streets was temporarily removed, initially for social distancing reasons, but then to create the pavement cafe licences under the emergency legislation that the government introduced. In response to the changes, temporary new badge parking bays have been implemented at the edge of the pedestrianised area. To further aid the economy, the pedestrianised hours for foot streets have been extended from their normal finish time of 5 p.m. to finish at 8 p.m. As you have heard tonight, an early evening economy is part of the emerging My City Centre vision for the future of the city centre. At Executive in November last year, officers were asked to initiate the process of making the temporary arrangements for foot streets permanent, and this requires a statutory consultation process. However, before the statutory consultation process commenced, we built upon the previous engagement with blue badge holders and the disabled community. This has helped to understand the impact of making these changes permanent and helped us design the ways that access can be improved and mitigated for some. You have heard about those mitigations in the review of city centre access and the action plan that accompanies that. However, it is recognised for some the impacts cannot be mitigated, and some disabled people will be adversely affected and will not be able to access the foot streets. Those of you who attended the first of the 3 pre-decision scrutinies will have heard firsthand, and indeed tonight, the personal testimony of this impact, and it is reflected in the annexes, where again the written responses are detailed for you to consider. Scrutiny made a number of recommendations, and these have been published along with an officer response. Officers have drafted an additional recommendation in that agenda supplement, should you wish to consider it. We've then undertaken the statutory consultation to change the traffic regulation order to remove the blue badge access and to make the temporary additional blue badge parking permanent, with some new locations for further blue badge parking identified. The decision on that TRO is one of the decisions before you, which I shall detail when I go through the recommendations. The statutory consultation reflected the concerns of blue badge holders who opposed the change, citing the impact the changes will have on their lives, and for some being unable to access the city centre. One of the other responses was from the police in relation to the counter-terrorism measures. It's important to note that the reason for initiating making the changes permanent was to make more of the foot streets protected from hostile vehicle mitigation measures. The hostile vehicle mitigation measures commenced as a project in 2018 when you made decisions to progress that as a project. It's a very different scheme to the ugly and invasive measures that have been installed in the city this year for the Christmas market. The permanent scheme, if implemented, would replace those and make them redundant. The permanent measures are aesthetically much more pleasing, such as those at the end of Parliament Street that were put in place over a year ago. And they're designed to fit in the location rather than off-the-shelf products. They do not impede pedestrian flows like the temporary measures do, and also allow more flexibility for deliveries outside pedestrianised hours. In November last year, you also approved Spend at Risk to review the feasibility of the permanent counter-terrorism measures protecting more of the foot streets. The difference can be seen between Annex C of this report, which shows a smaller area, which was originally going to be the first phase of hostile vehicle mitigation measures, and the map at Annex J, which shows the larger area that could be protected in a single phase. The police advice at Annex O is that for this to be effective, the blue badge exemption needs to be removed and the area made vehicle-free except for blue badge holders. I think it's important to note there is a recommendation D within the report, which is to remove the other exemptions. This can be done to match the decision made tonight, and there's a relatively quick process. A financial assessment has been undertaken and is at Annex X, which shows the cost of protecting the foot streets as a single phase. The council have and continue to receive advice from the police and their counter-terrorism security advisor about the need for both temporary and permanent measures. I've got Superintendent Mark Carn with me this evening, who can give you a very short update. Then I'll go through the recommendations and we'll take any questions.
Thank you and welcome, Superintendent.
Thank you, Chair. I've been asked to come tonight and to give a view from the police perspective about the terrorism risk as we see it. And I just wanted to, the arguments that we've heard tonight have been very compelling and emotional. But I just wanted to clarify one point. As far as North Yorkshire Police are concerned, in fact, police in UK, we have been pushing for vehicle mitigation for well over a decade. So, and I personally have been involved in York, both Tour de France, Tour de Yorkshire, the Lib Dem Spring Conference, various Christmas markets where we have been recommending vehicle mitigation. So it's not a new thing. It's something we've done over many years. And just to give you an idea of how seriously we take the potential terrorist threat, we are continually training our officers, both unarmed and armed officers, in counter-terrorism measures. I, as a commander, a firearms commander, CBRN commander, public order commander, each year do CPD on counter-terrorism. And the reason for that is we deal with many threats, both the police and the security services. The terrorist attacks that happen are those that happen because we miss them. And it is not so much, if a terrorist attack happens, it's when, and they can happen anywhere, as we have seen. So in North Yorkshire Police, we take the threat from terrorism seriously, so seriously that we spend a substantial amount of our budget on training our officers to be able to deal with it. So from that perspective, we take it seriously. And it's also understanding the nature of how terrorist attacks have changed. So back in the early 2000s, as we all know, Al-Qaeda were the main terrorist threat. They were out for the big event, the Twin Towers and attacks like that. As Al-Qaeda got squeezed in the war on terror in Afghanistan and places in the Middle East, ISIS then came in, and ISIS have been the main drivers around terrorism. ISIS have gone to a very simple strategy. They go onto the internet. They have whole groups, cohorts of people on the internet who are seeking out individuals in Europe, Britain, who are susceptible to being turned into terrorists. And they basically encourage those individuals to carry out low-tech attacks, knife attacks and vehicle attacks. And the issue for us from a security perspective is that there are people behind closed doors right across the country who we don't even know about, potentially, who are being radicalized. And that's the issue. That's the difference in the way that terrorist attacks happen now. And so we've moved away at looking at major events. We do look at major events and we do put in mitigation for major events, but we're also looking at publicly accessible land areas, because we know that an attack can happen anytime, anywhere, in any place. And attacks such as in Reading, Westminster Bridge, Borough Market, Finsbury Mosque, and they're not just Islamic terrorists, they're also extreme right-wing terrorists, can happen anytime. And so it's important from a police perspective that there is a defence in there on a permanent basis. Now, vehicle mitigation is only one element in terms of how we try and defend the community or protect the community. We have a Project Servitor, which is a group of officers who deploy regularly into York and across North Yorkshire. They carry out patrols looking for terrorists who have come to York, Scarborough, Harrogate to carry out hostile reconnaissance. That happens on a regular basis. So we have that. We have, today I got a briefing from an officer who'd been to the community stadium to give them ACT training, which is a counter-terrorism training, to their stewards. Because again, our emphasis to the community stadium was, you are responsible if an attack happens here. You need to make sure that you understand what your role and responsibility is. Because the report that came out of the Manchester Arena bombing showed that the security company had many flaws, as well as BTP, of course. So what I'm saying here is it's a very real threat to us from a policing perspective. The Chief Constable has an Article 2 human rights positive duty to act, as has the Chief Exec and at the Council. That Article 2 positive duty to prevent or preserve life is to individuals who would be potentially victimized in a terrorist attack. Those are individuals who come from any characteristic. Those are individuals who are at the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's the duty, and it has to be reasonably foreseeable. And for me, from a professional perspective, it is reasonably foreseeable to see somebody coming to York, if there wasn't any hostile vehicle mitigation at something like the Christmas market, and drive that vehicle to kill as many people as possible. I think that would be reasonably foreseeable, and I think that would be very difficult for us to defend. And that's where I am. I'm open for any questions.
Shall I take you through the proposed recommendations?
Yes,
and then
please.
you can ask us questions. So the proposal is that nothing changes in the way the foot streets are currently operating for the rest of this calendar year. And that's to facilitate the Christmas market. So the foot streets will continue to operate as pedestrianised streets up until 8 p.m. Then the temporary arrangements continue until September, and that's to match the government's legislation around pavement cafe licences. But recognising the consultation and the engagement that's been done from My City Centre, we're suggesting the hours reduce from January to September next year to 7 p.m. So actually the pedestrianised hours reduce slightly. And then a proposal that a new statutory consultation is undertaken to consider making the pedestrian hours 7 p.m. on a permanent basis. That's a separate recommendation. Turning now to the fundamental issue, I think it's important to say that we are not extending the footprint of the foot streets. What we are doing is talking about the exemptions that currently exist or have been temporarily removed, but that did exist that allowed people access to pedestrianised streets. The recommendation is that the additional blue badge parking is made permanent, but the police advice is clear that the blue badge exemptions cannot be allowed beyond the hostile vehicle mitigation measures. There's a specific recommendation that all the other exemptions are removed, and we need to work through that. There are some that I would want to discuss with the police, which I think we would want to try and retain, such as Dial-A-Ride that provides that invaluable service, as we heard earlier today. But there are others that can be removed, and that's a relatively easy process because they don't have a protected characteristic like blue badge holders, which is obviously where the difficulty in the balance of this decision-making lies. The responses to the engagement and the statutory consultation are clear that the proposed changes will impact on blue badge holders. Some impacts can be mitigated, but others can't be mitigated, and we've heard that tonight. In preparing these recommendations, all officers have balanced up the issues, protecting the right to life, as Mark has talked about, and working with the police. We believe that maximising the area protected by counter-terrorism measures is the right thing to do. Yet they impact on disabled people who have a protected characteristic, which is also protected by the Equality Act and the right of disabled people to private life in a non-discriminatory way, including access to essential economic, social, cultural and leisure activities. In preparing the recommendations, it's not been easy, and officers have sought to balance the competing considerations and give due regard to the impacts on blue badge holders. The law does allow for interference with rights where it's proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. In this case, the aim is the right to life and the counter-terrorism measures to mitigate a hostile vehicle attack. The conclusion of that balancing has resulted in recommendations that the blue badge exemption to access certain foot streets is removed. However, the case for Castlegate is weaker. Therefore, the proposal for Castlegate is that blue badge access exemption will return in September and be revisited as part of the Castle Gateway Master Plan. Should you accept the recommendation on removing blue badge exemptions, then there's a recommendation that all the other exemptions, e.g. allowing bullion vehicles to access the foot streets, are reviewed. So I think that's it from me, but I would just like to thank, as other people have, all those blue badge holders who have helped officers come to this point. I appreciate it's been extremely difficult for them, and you know, it's not been easy for some of the officers either. So I'd just like to thank the officers that have worked on this in my team and in Tracy's team.
Thank you very much. I'll open this paper for any questions or comments. Councillor Cuthbertson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for your explanation and report. Thank you, James, and your team for the work you've done. I want to ask Superintendent Khan, what would be the impact of further delaying the implementation of the hostile vehicle mitigation measures? I think I can read into it from your report, but I think it would be helpful if you could just spell it out for us. Thank you.
Yeah, as I said in my sort of verbal update, I have personally been involved in counter-terrorism measures in York from an operational perspective. I'm also a counter-terrorism security coordinator. So for an operational, operation, I'd provide advice to the commander who is operating. Now, I have always, for the last 10 years, felt that York needed better hostile vehicle mitigation. And you can see the Christmas markets, for example, a lot of those in the early days, the mitigation put in was because of reports that I had done. And then lately now from Sean Tunstall, who's better qualified than me as a counter-terrorism security advisor. But my view is we should have had these measures in many years ago. And the risk remains. I cannot say whether York will be targeted or not. What I do know is that terrorists go out and they do hostile reconnaissance. They look for targets where they can attack. And so that's why, although they are not aesthetically very pleasing, the temporary measures that we put in now in the city will have a detrimental effect on any individual wanting to come and attack the city. So back to your question, Councillor, I would say we shouldn't delay. We need to do it, or else we will continue to have, from a police recommendation, the temporary measures that we have in place now.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just, as a point of order, it is very difficult to hear the speaker when there's so much clicking going on behind. And I think that would be respectful to our speakers if there was a tension.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that will be noted so that everybody can hear. I'll go to Councillor Kilbane.
No, thanks, Chair. I've got a few questions while I sort of trying to assemble my thoughts. And thank you both for your reports. Is it not the case that vehicle mitigation doesn't mean exclusion? So, and I think that's also reflected in the government guidance. So there are other ways to do it, such as slowing vehicles down. I think you're also talking about specific targets, such as the Christmas market. And I think, we can all quite easily see that the Christmas market could be a target. So there may be better ways of protecting that rather than these sort of drastic measures. So, is it just the Christmas market we're trying to protect, or is it the whole of the city centre? And if so, where does it stop? At what point do we stop with this ring of steel? Do we sort of bring down the gates on the city wall? So that's another question. In terms of the report, this might be one for James. On page 578, there is a quote from Counter-Terrorism Police in North East. Can you let us know where that particular quote comes from? Yeah, it's page 578, so it's paragraph 129. Paragraph 129, but it's over the page.
James, do you want to address that and the general point about measures first?
Yeah, I think I'll let Superintendent Khan come back, but I think the advice has always been that where the streets are pedestrianised should be our priority for where we protect. I don't know whether Mark, whether you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think, as I said again, that we did look at, and we still do look at, events like the Christmas market because they need protecting. However, the thinking around terrorist attacks and how we need to protect areas has moved towards publicly accessible land. Because if you take attacks such as happened in Reading, I think 24 months ago in the park at Reading, they can happen anywhere. What I'm saying is that you need a protection on a permanent basis to a place that you reasonably foresee could be a potential target. Now, that isn't for me to sort of suggest where those places are, but it isn't. We do have areas in cities across, not just in Britain, but across Europe, which are permanently closed off to vehicles. That it wouldn't be unique to York, because the terrorist attack could happen at any time. It's not driven by a particular event or anything like that. It's driven by the individual who decides that they're going to carry out an attack. So it's more complex.
Thank you.
And just in terms of that complexity, is there any reason why a blue badge holder would be more of a threat than, say, a shop fitter?
It's not, for me, the idea of hostile vehicle mitigation is to stop the weapon getting into the area that you're trying to protect. The weapon is the car, the truck, whether it's a shop fitter or a blue badge holder or a police officer or whatever. Is again, it's preventing the weapon getting into those areas. And you wanted to come in? Go on.
I was just going to say, I think just to be really clear, recommendation D is that we would remove shop fitters, bullion vehicles, although as many of those vehicles, other exemptions that don't have protected characteristics to them, that recommendation is that they would all be removed. The police advice is very clear that it should be blue lights only beyond those barriers. There are a few that I would like to have a conversation with the police about, as I say, the dial-a-ride one, but all the rest are proposed to be removed.
I would say, have no vehicles in there at all, if you can start there. But I understand that that isn't always practical. But if you want to stop something happening, you stop the vehicles going into that area. But you know, I understand James and his colleagues have different considerations to take into account than I do.
James.
And I think just responding to Councillor Kilbane, the quote in paragraph 129 is a direct lift from Annex O, which I'm sorry, my pack of agendas is from scrutiny, not from tonight, so I don't have a page number, but is a direct quote from the Counter-Terrorism Security Advisor who was responding to the statutory consultation. 937, thank you.
Sorry, yeah, it says that. I was wondering who it was.
Sean Tunstall, who I think Mark referenced earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware that earlier last week, all the North East Council Chief Executives received a letter from the Home Office regarding the counter-terrorism pilots and the progress on the protect duty legislation, which I think York was recognised as an example of best practice. I just wondered if Superintendent Khan might comment further on this legislation and the further responsibilities it might place on councils.
I've discussed this with James beforehand. You'll have to forgive me. You know, I'm not up to speed with the protect duty, though the new protect duties coming in. I am up to speed with the PALS piece of work that York City Council have been and York and partners have been given a lot of national credit for. This is the work that we've done in York around public accessible land and the work that Jane Mowat and the team done with the prevent work. So on that case, yes, York, we are highlighted as best practice, and the idea of that is that it's a partnership approach to protecting a particular location like we are in York. So for example, you wanted to come in?
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, as part of our project Servitor, we provide training to shopkeepers and people within the city, marshals, as I said, the community stadium, and that has been picked out as best practice. I'll come to James, he probably knows more about the protect duty.
Well, I mean, I think in response to Councillor Ayer's question is we don't quite know for definite because the legislation and things haven't emerged yet. I have obviously over the last few months been talking to Jane Mowat, who leads on our counter-terrorism, and with Mark and with Sean. I think there's clearly going to be an increased onus on venues. So whether that's theatres, concert halls, stadiums, etc., there will be an increased onus on them, taking the lessons out of the Manchester Arena attack. There will be an increased onus on them. But there will also be an increased onus on local authorities, particularly around the public spaces, to protect those spaces and to recognise that crowded spaces are at increased risk of attack from terrorism.
Thank you, Chair. I think given the ever-changing landscape that we've got, I'd like to request that perhaps Superintendent Khan and officers as well provide regular updates to the executive. And could this please be minuted as an additional recommendation?
Thank you very much. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just a number of speakers earlier on made reference to the approach to hostile vehicle measures that is being taken by some other cities, such as Bath and Chester. I just wonder if either or both of you could just comment on what you're aware of that approach in relation to tonight.
I'll maybe start, if I may, and then possibly Mark can come in if he knows anything. I think we've obviously been talking to those authorities. Indeed, I think it was Bath came to us to ask us how we'd engaged and how they could best replicate what had happened in York. I think the challenge with looking at different authorities is obviously their risk profile is different. The nature of their streets is different. How busy those streets are different. So the solutions that work in some cities won't work in others. And I think that's part of the challenge. So I suppose to put it in very simple risk assessment language, we wouldn't have the same risk assessment for waste collection on every street in the city because the risk profile is different in the same way every council's risk profile is different. And I think the same is true here, that we can't say, yes, that works there, so it must work here. Actually, what we need to do is look at the risks here in York, the nature of our streets, and how the solutions best work. I don't really want to add anything about other locations.
I can't be specific about Bath or Chester, as I don't know exactly what their mitigations are, but what I can say is that cities across England, Britain and Europe are moving towards mitigation against hostile vehicle attacks. So that suggests to me that or in all sorts of different ways that it is a real risk and threat, and it's being picked up as such right across the board. But what the specifics are, I'm with James. I think it depends on the area that you're trying to protect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor de Gaulle.
It's probably to James, I very much welcome paragraph D that you've referred to. Could we, given what you've said and certainly the comments from the public speakers about it disappearing to be sort of targeting blue badge holders when there are other exemptions, can we tighten this up to have a time scale for, and certainly you indicated that the process should be more straightforward, so would we be able to sort of move quite quickly to whatever legal process would be needed to remove the access rights of the other types of vehicles that got an exemption?
Yes, I mean, I think we could bring the report that's referenced there back early in the new year, and then you would have the statutory consultation period once either yourself as the exec member or executive here approve it. We could start that statutory consultation process relatively quickly to make that decision sort of late spring, early summer at the absolute latest.
I think that would be certainly very welcome, given we're working towards September, you know, when the permanent arrangements would be in place. I'd want to make sure that whatever decisions were taken on that would be implemented at the same time as those exemptions being removed.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I know that there's been some additional recommendations tabled that we'll pick up later in the meeting, and we'll add that request in the sense of a deadline for that review for further exclusion to be included in the recommendations that come forward from this meeting. Come to you in a second, Councillor Cobain. Councillor Waller just indicated before you. Councillor Waller.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the contributions this evening from officers and from Superintendent Khan. We've heard the varied duties on the council to balance and fulfil, and whilst it's incredibly unfortunate, it is the reality within the context of the current high level of the threat of terrorism, that one of the primary council duties is to protect life and to fulfil responsibilities that we have in relation to the European Convention of Human Rights. As set out in Annex D, Article 2, the right to life, which was referenced in the earlier discussion that the Chief Constable recognises, we must also recognise this as a duty on public bodies to protect life. In the letter from North Yorkshire Police in 2018, it was recognised that there weren't suitable permanent vehicle mitigation measures in York, and that's why we're very grateful, Superintendent Khan, for your experience today to come and speak to us and to give your views that we must do something about that. Risk remains high, and it is urgent that we install the permanent measures. So we recognise that whilst that was instigated in 2018, COVID has meant that was interrupted, but we must return to this theme. The police have been clear in their request that only emergency vehicles access the city centre foot streets during busy time, and we've had that clarification and objective set out. So whilst mitigations have been identified, it's clear that these don't work for all residents. So tonight's debate and the decisions are not the end of the discussion, but only the beginning. So I think it's important to recognise we're not the only city to be going through this. And Superintendent Khan, you mentioned Europe. Our German twin city is going through the same, and that did experience domestic terrorism attack on a restaurant, and people died. So they are having similar discussions about how permanent measures are installed. From our experience in recent weeks, I think it's important to ensure that partners understand where things are going before they arrive. I think the objective of protecting from hostile vehicles, that is a given. But the precise configuration of some of the equipment, if it's done in a particular way, can assist the continuity of the operation of the city centre for small pallets and other mechanisms. So what I would seek is an additional recommendation that businesses are informed and given the chance to comment, particularly through organisations such as the Business Improvement District and the Retail Forum, to comment on the specific placement of the permanent barriers before these are brought to executive for approval, so that we're all clear what's going on and we all understand why. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. James?
Just to say that's obviously achievable in terms of that engagement with the retailers in the affected area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. And I think Councillor Waller and Councillor de Gorn have just have touched on something here, in the sense that it clearly makes no sense whatsoever to exclude blue badge holders, unless you do think they're more of a terrorist threat than shop fitters, from the city centre before everybody else. You know, if you're going to do it, you do it all at the same time. If you don't, then you are quite simply picking on, or to use the legal parlance, discriminating against blue badge holders by the actions that you 9 are thinking of taking tonight. And you're quite right, Councillor Waller, it is to do with configuration of vehicle mitigation, and they can vary from place to place, as indeed is allowed under or encouraged under the government guidance. I think you are in danger of making a big mistake tonight that not only will make life unbearable for many blue badge holders, as you've already heard this evening, but I think you are also exposing the council to considerable cost with the prospect of a judicial review, which I think if you vote tonight to discriminate against blue badge holders, then that judicial review will be heading your way. And in particular, on paragraphs 147, 148, where we're quite explicit that you're introducing these measures, even though you know it's going to exclude people based upon their individual characteristics. And you seem to be basing that decision on an Article 2 defence. So the defence being the right to life. The news flash is that human rights are not a game of top trumps. You don't have one that trumps the other. They all stand in their own right, and they all must be honoured. And I think that should a judicial review be taken and you used the Article 2 defence, there is a very great risk that the council would lose, not least because the equality impact assessment to this report fails to mention Article 2 at all, which is clearly where it should sit. Added to which tonight we've heard that the specialist advice from an equalities lawyer that we were told had been given actually came from a Town and Country Planning Act lawyer. So I think you're setting yourselves up for a very expensive journey through the courts, and I strongly suggest that you backtrack, which in fact is what happened in Bath, which has been mentioned tonight already. So back in 2020, Bath looked to introduce similar measures on advice from the police, who said, yes, we think you should bring in these anti-terrorist traffic regulation orders, and it meant that the blue sections of the city were closed to blue badge holders. Now, the reason that they introduced it was because Bath is a city that is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a big tourist destination, and certain parts of it get very busy. All the same reasons that you're looking to introduce them in York tonight. Well, there was uproar. There were protests from disabled groups, the kind of protests that no doubt we will see in York in the coming year. And in the end, the leader of Bath City Council consulted again with the police, and in May of this year, and the letters here, they decided to relax the vehicle mitigation measures to allow blue badge holders into the city with a staff barrier, which indeed they have in Chester. So, and the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Amanda Rigby, said it's why, having looked at weighing everything in the balance, having carefully considered the accessibility study, feedback and police advice, we've looked at our proposals again and amended them. And I strongly suggest that you do the same here. And if you want to know how they did it in Bath, it is a Lib Dem council, so you can just pick up the phone and give the leader of that council a call. I could say more, but I think it's been more eloquently said by the public participants here tonight. All I want to say to you 9 who are about to vote is that I can't quite believe what you are about to do tonight. So, Councillor Runciman, as the executive member with responsibility for adult social care, are you really going to vote to exclude some of the most marginalised people in our community from the city centre? Councillor Smalley, as the executive member for communities.
Councillor Kilbane, I suspect my colleagues get the point, unless you're going to give an individual point.
Actually, Councillor Smalley was the last councillor I was going to address, unless you want me to do the round. I'd appreciate not being cut off in full flow.
It's not particularly constructive, but if you'd like to turn to the substantive issue rather than picking on individual councillors, that would be appreciated.
Well, it's just that Councillor Smalley does have a role on the Human Rights Equality Board. So he must surely be questioning whether or not it's right for him to exclude people from our city centre because of who they are. Okay, I will wrap up, Chair. I can tell you're getting impatient with the truth that I'm speaking to power. The last thing I want to say really is that we hear constantly from residents that they don't feel as though the city centre is for them. And here tonight, you are purposely going to exclude some residents permanently from our city centre with a deliberate act. Well, what I say to those residents, and I say to all the disability groups that you've heard tonight, you are not alone. You have strong allies in this city. And if we can't reverse this decision, which I think will be made tonight, we will continue to campaign with you. And there's an election in 18 months. And when a Labour administration is returned to run this city, we will work with you to open this city for everyone who lives here.
Thank you very much. James.
Just a single point of clarity to that. On page 606 is the Equalities Impact Assessment, which does reference Article 2.
Thank you for that. Just to check if any colleagues have any further questions or comments. Councillor Smalley.
Just a sec. Thank you ever so much, Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking and recognising the work carried out by the Scrutiny Committee that we heard at the very start of the cash mine back 3 hours ago of these items before us, and I'd like to thank the many voluntary organisations and residents across the city on this matter that have spent a lot of time and effort and work on this matter, many of whom we've heard from earlier today as well. The representations submitted throughout the consultation have been incredibly important in shaping the work presented by officers today. This engagement has improved and changed the proposals considerably. The work to find solutions which will see the council fulfil our duties is a major task, and it's clear that we all recognise that the mitigations presented will not work for all. That is why it's important to continue this dialogue with residents and businesses, all the while recognising the pressure that certain duties, such as that to protect the right to life, put on the council. The equality impact assessments and the public sector equality duty, as well as human rights principles, which are all contained in the legal advice in the gender supplement, as well as the equality impact assessment before us, and the officer's response to the scrutiny recommendations present the varied duties we must balance. There is no denying that today we are faced with extremely difficult decisions, which none of us are taking lightly, but which we must be guided by the advice before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I can't see any further questions or comments on that item, so I'd like to thank you, and we'll move on to agenda item 8. Before, as I said, we then come back to the recommendations. Agenda item 8 is diary funding and delivery arrangements. And I can see that Tony is now joining James at the table.
So super sub is Tony, who will take you through the report. But this report seeks to give York Wheels the funding security it needs to provide and develop new services, as you heard from the public speaker earlier.
Thank you. Just a quick summary of the report. So the York Dial and Ride service provides access to key destinations for people who find the use of conventional public transport services difficult. It is much valued by its users and central to providing them a safe, sustainable mode of transport that supports community well-being. For many years, the Dial and Ride service has been provided by York Wheels, a local community transport provider who also provides a voluntary car share scheme. However, the current funding and service arrangements need to be updated. The report assesses the options of procuring the service or progressing as a grant funding model with York Wheels. The financial and legal implications and risks for each of the options has been considered and are presented in the report. The executive is recommended to approve the provision of the service by York Wheels and replacement of 2 vehicles on a grant-funded basis with additional funding source from the bus service operator grant and a transport capital programme.
Thank you very much. James?
I think just to add, there's also a recommendation in that Dial and Ride report about engaging with them about how they can improve access to the city centre, which links to the comment I made earlier about their specific exemption. And that's something that we'd like on the back of their funding security to be able to talk to them about. So we're seeking delegation to open negotiations with them on that.
Thank you very much. So I'll open this for any questions or comments. Councillor Corbett. Oh, it's a pen. Councillor de Gorne.
Thank you, Chair. I particularly welcome this report, given what we've just been discussing and the need to provide continued funding for York Wheels. It's an organisation that's provided valuable local service for many years now, operating the Dial and Ride service. A local not-for-profit charity with a high level of volunteer support, it's ideally placed to operate this vital local service and support a range of users who access the service. Drivers know local roads and they link into our existing communities with a remarkable 20,000 journeys made through the volunteer car scheme. And paragraph 18 to 23 explains the funding arrangements and the need for that to be adapted to provide allow for longer term planning and continued funding. In particular, paragraph 28, 2 of the 4 Dial and Ride vehicles need immediate replacement, underline the urgency of this report and importance of ensuring funding's in place for that to take place. So as recommended, I propose supporting the first option in paragraph 35 to provide a revenue grant of 121,000 plus 15,000 concessionary travel reimbursement, and also the capital funding to provide that funding to replace those vehicles which are very much needed for reliability of the service. So when we come to vote on that, I'll sure we'll support those recommendations.
Thank you very much. I can't see any other questions or comments on this, so thank you to James and Tony. Before we move on to the relevant recommendations in the last four reports, I just presented to the executive. I'd just like to confirm that the executive feel that they have had sufficient opportunity to consider the information before them and verbally via the public participants and the scrutiny process. Having considered the public sector equality duty and the human rights principles which are presented in the equality impact assessments of these relevant reports and the legal advice found in the agenda supplement, I'd like to move on to the recommendations presented in the reports. And the way that I'm going to do this is to first take the recommendations that came through the scrutiny process. We will then consider agenda item 5, agenda item 6, agenda item 7, then 8, and then finally we'll consider the additional recommendations that were tabled at tonight's meeting, just so everybody knows the order that we'll be considering things in. Firstly, the scrutiny recommendations. These are found in the agenda supplement titled Recommendations and Comments from CCSMC and Officer Comments in the final agenda supplement. I'd like to ask the executive if they're happy to thank scrutiny for their recommendations and confirm the officer response as the position of the executive. If colleagues are happy with that, if you could please indicate. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting that. We'll now move on to the report on the My City Centre strategic vision and the recommendations which are found on page 28. Again, if I could please see if colleagues are happy to accept those recommendations. Thank you very much. So it's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those recommendations. We'll now move through to the next report, the strategic reviews of city centre access and council car parking. And these recommendations are found on page 212. And again, if I could please see if colleagues are prepared to accept those recommendations. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those. The next report is the consideration of changes to the city centre traffic regulation order. And these recommendations are found on pages 556 to 558. Again, if I could please see if colleagues are happy to accept those recommendations. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those. The next agenda item was then on dial-a-ride funding and delivery, and those recommendations are found on page 1118. And again, if I could please see if colleagues are happy to accept those recommendations. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of that. And finally, as mentioned, I would just like to check if the executive are happy to accept the to mic out the 5 additional recommendations that have been requested by various councillors tonight, but I will just check, I think with Janie as the monitoring officer, that we could read out the record of those 5 requests.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, in respect of item 6, Councillor Smalley has put the following recommendation forward: to explore more opportunities for blue badge parking on the edge of the foot streets. And in addition, on the same item, Councillor Waller put forward to ask that the access officer brings updates on the progress of implementing the access action plan for review to the relevant portfolio holder. There's been some further, Chair, there's been some further additional recommendations relating specifically to item 7. Firstly, Councillor Eyre put forward to ask counter-terrorism experts to provide regular updates to the executive to keep HVM progress under review. Secondly, Councillor de Gorn indicated to ask to add a deadline for the review into exclusion of vehicles as part of permanent HVM measures to ensure that police advice is followed in full. And finally, Councillor Waller put forward the following: to ask that businesses are informed and given the option to comment on the permanent HVM plans and specific barrier placements before these are brought to executive for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So again, Neil?
Just a quick one of clarification, Chair. On the deadline, can we delegate
to James to agree that in consultation with Councillor de Gonde, the actual date.
Yes, please. So with those 5 proposals, including the delegation of agreeing the date, could I please see if colleagues are happy to accept those 5 additional recommendations? So again, that's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those recommendations. Thank you very much. At the start of the meeting, I indicated that when we got to this stage, we would have a 10-minute adjournment, which we'll now take, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes to consider agenda item 9. But just again, to thank everybody for participating, and we'll now break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Jamalia. I don't know whether you're still there at all. I was just wanting to check whether your mic was working and everything while we're in adjournment, because we didn't get a chance to do it before the meeting started. You will need to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, is it me you're talking to, Jamalia?
Jamalia, yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I wasn't quite sure. I was all a bit confused because it was going on for a long time.
It was
yeah.
indeed. Yeah, it's just the first chance we had to test your microphone. I didn't know whether you were wanting to speak at all, or you were just listening in, so to speak.
No, I was just listening into that agenda item. I wasn't involved in those discussions. It's just on the carers report, I think, which is item 10.
Right. Okay.
But it's been interesting to listen.
No, it was more a case of if you were going to be speaking later, and if you're speaking on agenda item 10, I can just move you straight back into the meeting room, which is all. I was just checking your
it's just
doing the tech check.
Yeah, it's agenda item 10 on the carers recommission. That's what I'm speaking to.
Yep, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that your levels were okay and you were coming through clearly. That's all.
No, that's great, because I was wondering how if you were aware of me there. So that's
we were. Yeah, it was just people were we had, as you could tell, there was a lot of public speakers there. So we were just making sure that everybody was in, and you were just there right at the end before the chair wanted to start.
Yeah, no, not a problem. But I'm glad we've had a little chat now, so everything's okay. And what it will be just my voice, won't it be heard? I don't need to come on screen, do I?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's just it's just your voice. Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Okay, not a problem. I'll move you back into the main room now.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you back to the council executive after our 10-minute adjournment. And as said, we'll now carry on through with the agenda items in front of us. So that takes us to agenda item 9, which is the York Railway Station Gateway project update and funding and development agreement. And welcome back, James and Tony, to present it to us.
So I'll hand over to Tony in just a second, but just as a quick introduction, this isn't any design changes, but looks at the budget and procurement strategy for this project and proposes entering into an agreements with the leaseholder for the station in terms of them being best placed to deliver the works within the station, and proposes agreements with the funders. Tony, do you want to?
Fine, just a very quick summary. So this report updates the executive on progress on the design and delivery of the York Railway Station Gateway Scheme. The scheme will remove the redundant Queen Street Bridge and transform the layout of the front of the station, reducing the main pedestrian vehicle conflicts and improve the quality of the transport interchange. Since the update in November last year, there's been a significant progress on the project. Planning consent was granted in February, a detailed design consultant procured, and utility diversions commissioned. The main utility diversion works will commence early next year, with access arrangements to the station car park currently being finalised. It is anticipated that following the completion of the detailed design and procurement of a contractor, the main works will commence at the end of next year. Following agreement with the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, the budget for the scheme has been finalised at approximately £26.5 million, funded from the West Yorkshire Plus Transport Fund, the Transforming Cities Fund and LNER. A funding and development agreement with LNER for the package 3 works within the station is being drafted. And approval is requested from the executive to enter into the agreement with LNER with the finalisation of the detailed arrangements delegated to the Director of Place.
Thank you very much. So I'll open this for any questions or comments. The only thing I would say first is that very much welcome the report. Pleased to see continued progress. I think it is about a year ago since we approved the delivery and procurement strategy, and we've now got the necessary funding arrangements to enable the project to proceed. And for me, paragraph 11 is important. That outlines that the planning permission and also listed building consent was secured, which really did mark a big milestone in that progress on this project. And all of those improvements will enhance sustainable transport links, and residents and visitors will therefore have much better access to public transport in and around the station and in the heart of the city. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank officers who have worked to put that funding in place. And part of that is outlined in paragraph 37 through the West Yorkshire Combined Authorities Transport Fund and the Transforming Cities Fund. And with that, I'm happy to note the progress and approve the updated budget and delivery strategy. Open it for any comments. Councillor de Gaunt.
Yes, I think it's quite pertinent really on the day that the eastern leg of HS2 isn't been announced, is not going beyond Nottingham, to send a significant signal of our continued commitment to investment in rail and continued progress being made on transforming the setting for our 150-year-old station to create a fitting gateway for the city. As outlined in this report, it will provide much better public transport, walking connections to and from the station, linking the walking and cycling routes more directly, will include the removal of Queen Street Bridge, relocation of taxi rank, separate pedestrian cycle routes, and so on. These will certainly help to promote sustainable transport links to the heart of our city and tackle poor air quality around the station, notably removing the current arrangements in the portico so that the taxi rank are more conveniently located away from the main building. As the report states, we've been asked to note the increase in the budget, having secured additional external funding, and agree that LNER should lead on physical station works, which are in best position to do as the current station franchise holder. I should also note that package 5, which relates to the car parking provisions, not part of the funding and is intended to be delivered by Network Rail in conjunction with LNER. So the funding and development agreements between all parties hopefully will move this project, a quite complex project, as you'll see from the detail, forward to allow for utilities and so on to be diverted off Queen Street Bridge so that work can be commenced to remove that bridge and open up a complete new square and public area in front of the station.
Thank you very much. I'll just give it a couple of seconds in case there are any other questions or comments. Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, Tony, and then and a question for Councillor de Gorn. Apologies if it's in there and I've not seen it, but when are we looking at dropping the Queen Street Bridge? Was that at the end of next year? I'm not sure if I picked that up right. In terms of procurement, how much influence are we going to have over procurement in terms of our own procurement policy? So how much are we going to be able to use, make sure that local businesses are used as much as possible? And in terms of the multi-storey car park for Councillor de Gorn, I was talking to residents in the Cambridge Street estate yesterday, and most of them had no idea that they were going to get a multi-storey car park built right in front of their flats. So there's a job of work still to be done there. But on the multi-storey car park, if you combine this with the now disputed York Central multi-storey car park, are we happy, is the council happy supporting the creation of over 1,000 car parking spaces in the central York in the middle of a climate emergency?
Thank you. If you could pick up what you can, please.
Yeah, I'll do that. So the Queen Street Bridge, in terms of the demolition of Queen Street Bridge, I think we're into the following year on that, 2023. But the contractual arrangements should be in place by the end of next year. And so the works on the ground, particularly the main works of it, the first part will be demolishing the bridge into the following year. In terms of the local businesses, I think through the procurement process we can emphasise the use of local businesses as much as we can. Currently, the proposal is to use a framework approach to procure the contract. And the multi-storey car park, we went through the planning process that was considered at that time. And in terms of the funding for the multi-storey car park, that is still to be determined through Network Rail.
Thank you very much. Neil.
Just to confirm that point that Tony made, it's not for officers to be happy or not really. It's a question of members making decisions as granting planning permission to landowners, and landowners have had planning permission granted for multi-storey car parks as part of the outline planning application and the station frontage. So that was effectively a specific requirement of the landowner Network Rail to make sure that there was replacement car parking for the car parking spaces that were there already.
That's why I directed the question at the executive member for transport to see if he was happy with it.
I don't think it's not a question of whether we're happy. We've actually got the position, as you just heard, that planning permissions granted and outline planning consent for York Central included the parking arrangements. Obviously, that's subject to review during at the detailed stage when any particular phase comes forward. But that's a given fact. This project that we're talking about now wouldn't have gone forward without that consent as being part of the planning consent which was granted for the station frontage.
Thank you very much. So we've got the recommendations in front of us that starts on page 1151. If I could please see if colleagues are happy to accept those recommendations. Thank you very much. So that's a clear majority in favour of accepting those recommendations. Thank you, James and Tony. That then takes us on to the next report, which is recommissioning of the carer support services. And I understand that Jamelia is going to be joining us virtually to present this report. So hopefully you can hear, and can you present the report, please?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
It's coming out of the wrong speaker, just so everybody else can hear, but I'm sure we'll try and connect it into the room.
Okay, shall I carry on, Chair, whilst you do that?
Your voice is now booming across the room. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So, yes, this is a report around a recommissioning of the carers support contract. We have a contract in place at this moment, but it's coming to an end on the 31st of March 2022, and the time to look at retender procuring is now. This is an all-age contract that includes young people and adults, and it's mainly around securing support for unpaid carers and formal carers. It is an integrated contract. We commissioned this in conjunction with our Vale of York CCG, and we've had confirmation from the CCG that they would continue to support this contract over the next 7 years. So we're looking at a 5+2 contract for this when we go and if we go out to tender. It fully supports the principles of the Care Act. So the Care Act puts a responsibility more so than a duty on local authorities to ensure that they support carers and carers' well-being and health while they support the cared for. And this paper actually supports those principles of the Act. Just to give you some context of the national context of carers, there are 4 million carers in England. 775,000 of those provide care of more than 20 to 49 hours. In our local context, we have over 18,300 carers. Out of those, we support 5,000 of them. So there is more to do and more to support carers on. And we're just verifying some of our figures, but we anticipate another 25% increase in our number of unpaid carers over the last few years. COVID has particularly put pressure on our unpaid carers. There was a report commissioned and published in October 2020 behind closed doors. Don't know if many members have read that, but 65% of the carers said they had actually no break during COVID because other resources were closed. 58% of those carers stated that their health had been impacted through the caring role and having no breaks. Locally, we do have a carers hub. We've done a wide consultation of what we should look forward to in a new carers contract with the people who use the carers hub. The carers hub is really quite successful. It's an integrated hub that provides information, advice, prevention and early intervention, but also signposting to hands-on care if individuals need it. So we've used the Carer Centre as part of our consultation, but also consulted widely on what people thought of their local services. And they feel that the local service that they get is quite comprehensive. However, as everything, there are additionalities that they felt that we could offer more community hubs. We could offer easier access into the hub. And hence in the report, you can see some clear objectives that we put in for a new tender, which haven't been there before, around increasing the number of people using the service, the outcomes for them, and also the expectations of increasing an outreach approach to carer support. As we look to tender the contract within the pack, you will see that we have a timeline of tender from now until 31st March 2022, and we have done an extensive EIA, which is also a quality impact assessment, which is also within the pack, so highlighting the need for a recommissioning of the carer service. So there are 3 options for executive members to consider. Option 1 is the option that I have highlighted in the paper of recommissioning the carer service and a new service being in place by the 31st of March 2022. If the carers hub are not successful in this contract, then we will look towards supporting them with any 2P of staff. However, the contract in itself is lends itself to be supported by a community provider, and that supports keeping local provision locally. We can also in option 2 opt to do nothing and not recommission any carer support, because it's more of a guidance within the legislation. However, it is felt that it does not meet the Care Act principles if we do not have a substantial carer support service in place to support 18,500 carers that are within our city. Or we could go for option 3, which is to bring everything in-house. This option, as you can see from the considerations we've given, actually is not a cost-effective offer. It doesn't provide the outreach support that we would like. It actually then puts additional pressure on our adult social care, because we would expect our adult social care services then to look at signposting and supporting carers within our assessment and care planning processes, which would add additional pressure on the tight resources that we have now. Therefore, we're looking at the committee to endorse the recommendation of option 1, but also support the delegation of the award to the Director of Prevention of Commissioning, in line with Councillor Runciman, who is the portfolio holder, the Chief Officer of Finance and the Director of Governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And open this report to any questions or comments. Councillor Runciman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to emphasise briefly the essential work that our unpaid carers do, not just in York, but across the country, and the importance of the support that we give them. As you've heard, at the moment, the Council and the Vale of York, CCG, commission York Carers Centre. And one of the things I'm particularly pleased about is that we may be able to let a contract for 7 years, because that sort of long-term consistency is really important when you're dealing with the voluntary and community sector. Again, as you've heard, there are well over 18,000 carers in York, which is almost 10% of the population. And they have done a very complex job because of the lockdown. That's made their work much more difficult. And older residents that are increasingly living with long-term health conditions add to the caring responsibilities of spouses and adult children. Many carers have taken on increased caring responsibility. Some haven't been able to take a break at all, and some are exhausted. Despite this, our government continues to overlook carers and is failing to offer adequate support. Unpaid carers in particular have been left to face mounting financial and emotional pressures, and it's once again left to local councils to offer the support that so many carers need. We have launched a new 5-year strategy for supporting unpaid carers, and that was written by the Carers Strategy Group, which represents health and social care organisers, including the council and charities and families themselves. The proposal in front of us today fits with the ambitions of the strategy and looks to recommission that through an open tender, another carers hub model. Depending on the submissions, the new contract will be awarded either to a single external provider or a consortium to deliver carer support from the 1st of April 2022. And what we're looking for is a demonstration that professional, sustainable and integrated support for unpaid carers showing understanding of their needs is what will be provided. I believe that recommissioning the service will continue and expand our existing good practice. And this new proposal aims to deliver on the ambitions of the York Carers strategy to create an even more carer-friendly city. With that said, Chair, I'm happy to support the recommendation in para 2.1 and proceed with option 1 as outlined in the report, and to put on record our extreme indebtedness to all the unpaid carers in York.
Thank you very much. I can't see any further questions on this item, but we do have the preferred option in front of us as recommended by Councillor Runciman. So could I please see all those in favour of accepting that? Thank you very much. So a clear consensus in favour of accepting that recommendation. That then takes us on to agenda item 11, which is a refresh of York's Parish Charter. And again, I believe Charlie is going to be joining us virtually to present this report. Over to you, Charlie, if you can hear me.
Chair, this report is the product of the regular review of our long-standing charter between City of York Council and our local councils. The review was due in 2019, but was delayed by COVID. The review has been undertaken in conjunction with the York Parish Council Liaison Group. There are a number of areas in which the charter has been strengthened in this new version. The first principal area is around communication. For example, providing for local councils to receive a report on their agenda from a ward councillor and ensuring that parish councils are kept informed regarding the progress of projects in their area. And the second main area concerns planning matters, recognising the place of neighbourhood plans and village design statements within the planning process, for example. And there's a new paragraph with regard to section 106 payments at paragraph 25. So those are the principal strengthening of the charter. I think that's all I need to say on it at this point.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Smalley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Charlie. I'd like to briefly address this report and thank officers for their work on this, in particular Charlie, who we've just heard from, but also Maura Scaife and latterly Laura Clark, who did a lot of the work on this paper that we have before us and then was stolen by MHCLG. Parish councils are the first tier of local government in the neighbourhoods they serve. It was with the help of Jackie Weaver and the infamous Handforth Parish Council meeting that many more people across the country, and indeed York, became aware and interested in the most local level of local politics. Whilst I can assure everyone that not all parish council meetings are exciting as Handforth, it is crucial that more people become engaged in this tier of local community service, whether that's by standing for parish council roles or making sure they simply vote when elections come round. As local councillors will be well aware of the importance of voluntary work that our parish and town councils carry out to support our communities where they exist. That's why I very much welcome this updated charter and the role and that this partnership plays in it. Partnership with our local councils and local communities to work as one to improve our neighbourhoods and strengthen the relationship between ward members and local councillors. The Charter is key to supporting the principles of democratic local government, balancing the needs of local communities and shaping the decisions which affect them. I'm happy to see that this updated Charter has been discussed widely with local representatives, including at York Parish Council Liaison Group meetings, an open meeting held for all parish councils back in January 2020, and most recently at the Joint Standards Committee in July of this year. With that said, Chair, I'm happy to support the recommendations as outlined in paragraph 2.
Thank you very much. I don't know what happens in Warcliffe and Clifton Rout, but in Fulford and Hessington, it was a more muted discussion, but nonetheless, an important piece of work. And just checking if there are any further questions or comments. If not, we've got the recommendations on page 1287. If I could please see those in favour of accepting those. Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those recommendations. That then takes us on to agenda item 12, which is the merger of the York Coroner area with the North Yorkshire County Council Coroner area. And I'll ask Janie to introduce this.
Thank you, Chair. This report is provided following previous information to the Executive on the 17th of January 2019, which gave permission to explore the merger of the City of York Coroner area with North Yorkshire Coroner area. This report seeks to approve the submission of a merger request to the Chief Coroner and to the Ministry of Justice. The key driver for the merger is to improve standards of service. The Chief Coroner has a very clear view that larger coronial areas are more effective, allowing a senior coroner to manage the work effectively, giving support staff the opportunity to work as part of a wider team, providing enhanced support, resilience, and a consistent service for relatives. Inquests would continue to be held in current locations and would not be centralised. In the event that executive provide approval this evening for the submission of a merger request to the Chief Coroner and the Ministry of Justice, it is envisaged that the assessment and consultation process could be concluded within a 4 to 6 month time period. I invite executive members this evening to consider the recommendations as they appear at section 5 of the report. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The coroner area falls under my portfolio, and just to make a comment that, as detailed in the report, the idea of merging coroner areas was first considered back in 2019, and that was in order to improve the standards of service, as a larger area was widely considered as more effective, and the reasons for that are as detailed under paragraph 27. So with that, and as I can't see any other hands, could I please see if we're happy to accept those recommendations? Thank you very much. That's a clear majority in favour of accepting those recommendations. And that then takes us on to agenda item 13, which is the 21-22 Finance and Performance Monitor 2, and over to Debbie to introduce it.
Thank you, Chair. This is the second report of the current financial year covering finance and performance information. The report highlights the main forecast variations and that we are continuing to see those pressures in social care that we went through in the previous report. Clearly, these are national issues, not something that's unique to York. Work is ongoing to address these challenges, and given the current uncertainty in both the national and local economy, do consider it essential and prudent that we continue to try and put in place mitigations and cost control strategies to try and bring the forecast expenditure down. However, it's clearly a very serious situation, and financial challenge of this level will require a considerable amount of work over the months ahead. And we do need to consider the possibility that we'll not be able to mitigate the position this financial year to the point that we balance overall, and that will require us to use our general reserve, which in turn will put pressure on the financial resilience of the council. So just to bear that in mind, I would then just say that the summary position is outlined in table 1 at paragraph 16, and the detailed analysis of both finance and performance is included at annexes 1 and 2 to the report.
Thank you very much. I open up for any questions or comments. Councillor Aird, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Chair. I thought, given the importance of my portfolio, I would go through paragraph by paragraph through the next 3 of these reports, just so people really get the information. I think what I want to do really was start by placing context the challenges we face. I think it was interesting, Debbie and I were at a presentation a few weeks ago in terms of the fair funding review and the way that hasn't progressed, and looking at some of those councils that are most disadvantaged. And it was startling to see York using as an example, being the second lowest core spending power in the country, that figure of £706 per head. To put that in context, if we were in Kensington and Chelsea, that would be £1,300 per head, a figure that we're never going to get to. But even if we were uplifted to 90% of the average core spending power, this council would have an extra £16.5 million a year to spend. And that really is the poor deal that we've got from government. I keep saying, as the LGA pointed out, the significant pressures on adult social care and local authorities. They predicted about £2.5 billion of extra funding needed for local authorities to be able to maintain current service levels, of which for York that would be around £4.1 million extra for adult social care and £1.9 million for children's social care. So it's within those really difficult parameters that we're operating and trying to achieve this balanced budget, and it is proving difficult, and we will continue to face that challenge. And I think nothing that's happening makes it look even better. We had the announcement on adult social care that I'd been calling for so long, and the answer to that again was that local authorities would carry the brunt. While extra money was found for the NHS, the suggestion was that local authorities would have to pick up that substantial tab. So we will continue to lobby government to make sure that we actually have the funding that we need to be able to protect our residents. In terms of performance, again, it's very challenging in the situation we're in, looking at performance and performance analysis based against coming out of the COVID period that we've been in. So benchmarking it is particularly difficult, but I just wanted to draw attention to a couple of figures. So on pages 1356 and 1357, despite those significant pressures in adult social care, our customer user survey shows that people happy with that service has actually increased from 68 to 72%, which is testament to the work that's happening in there. Our recycling rate's up from 45% to 50%. Key to us is the net additional homes have increased by 10% year on year. I think there's a report coming to executive soon that will show that linear trend and increase in housing delivery, which has been happening over the last 6 or 7 years. And then finally, just to reflect on the Parliament Street footfall, which the report does point out isn't at previous levels, but is bouncing back strongly. And I think even that figure is something that we should be proud of. Happy to approve the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can't see any further questions or comments. So with those comments from Councillor Eyre, if we could accept the recommendations in front of us, can I please see those in favour of doing so? Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting those recommendations. That then moves us on to agenda item 14, which is the capital programme monitor 2. And back to Debbie.
Yep, so again, this report sets out the progress in delivering the capital programme. There continues to be a significant level of investment in a range of schemes. There have been some adjustments, some reprofiling between years, but there are no particular issues to draw to your attention.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eyre.
I'll be especially brief, Chair. I think Monitor 2 is one of the least interesting of the capital monitors in terms of where we're at in delivering of what's happening. So I think Monitor 3 and Monitor 4, you really start to see some of those schemes in year coming through. I think as Debbie alluded to, there's a small shift in of £15 million, not a cut as was alluded to on social media. I noticed the other day into the Highways Fund. It's actually reprofiling from one year to the next, which means that funding will be spent, but will be spent the following year. So happy to move the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you very much. Again, can't see any further indications. So could I please see those in favour of accepting those recommendations? Thank you very much. There's clear consensus of accepting that report. And that then takes us to agenda item 15, which is Treasury Management mid-year review. Back to Debbie.
Here it is, the one you've all been waiting for. It's a statutory requirement to report to members on treasury management activities. This report will also be considered for further scrutiny by Audit and Governance Committee at its next meeting on the 1st of December. Comes no surprise to anybody to learn that investment returns remain low, but we are closely monitoring inflation and interest rates. Cash balances are slightly higher than we originally forecast, but that's due to the way the government support for businesses works. So we've got a lot of income up front rather than throughout the year. But that has meant we haven't had to take out any new borrowing so far in this financial year. But yeah, there's nothing else particular to draw your attention to.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eyre.
I think just happy to move the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. So again, can't see any further indications to speak. So could I please see those happy to accept those recommendations? Thank you very much. That's a clear consensus in favour of accepting that. I will check with Janie and Fiona, but as far as I'm aware, there is no urgent business that's been recorded. Thank you very much. So could I thank you all for your participation at tonight's executive and once again, for all those who took part throughout the meeting. Thank you.